Yeah, let's move back to the first agenda after. Leslie, do you want to just make a motion to do that? Perfect. Yeah, I'm not talking no details. Yeah, but my question stands that you're just gonna. Okay. I'm going to call this the meeting of the Santa Monica Planning Commission to order on July 15th at 6:02 p.m. And looks like we have a full house, and welcome everybody. If you could rise with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And can we take a roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes, here.
Commissioner Reese?
Present.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Present.
Vice Chair Chaco?
Present.
Chair Hamilton?
Here.
And I believe Commissioner Landris will be joining virtually at some point, but he is currently absent.
Very well. Commissioner Landris is going to join
I thought he was
over.
going to zoom in.
Yeah, he's going to join virtually, but he is running a little late. But we do a quorum.
And we're ready for the director's report.
Oh, thank God this is here. Okay, I can read this. So your next meeting of the Planning Commission will be on August the 5th. And on that meeting will be a resolution of recommendation for implementation of 2026 state laws and some cleanup amendments. There'll also be a vesting tentative parcel map for 601 Colorado Avenue. At the this month's ARB meeting, Architecture Review Board, the board reviewed 2 housing project approved design review for 1320 Pico Boulevard and continued the design for 2716 Ocean Park Boulevard. Their next meeting on August the 3rd will be 2 more housing projects at 1633 26th Street and 3205 Ocean Park Boulevard. The Landmarks Commission's meeting this month, they reviewed 2 Mills Act contracts at 325 Georgina Avenue and 1355 3rd Street Promenade. And they also reviewed the sort of a preliminary review, if you will, of a new digital display being proposed at 1355 3rd Street Promenade. City Council met last night, and there were some pretty significant planning items. So just an update for the commission, the council adopted the commission's recommendation on the realignment plan action. So this was upzoning of the gateway sites to 5.0 and 130 feet. And we asked some policy questions of council about how to process those and whether there should be land use limitations. So council did give direction to come back for a system of processing that is sort of, administrative approval, development review permit, and development agreement, depending on the size of the project on the FAR. So sort of following the tier system already in the DCP. So it's AADRDA, and then to rely on the existing structured community benefit system in the downtown community plan. They also directed that projects that involve hotels are excluded from using a ministerial process. So all of that is part of the gateway. Downtown city-owned sites, they took the commission's recommendation to exempt those from the zoning ordinance and general plan. So those will be primarily in the proprietary realm. Regarding SB 79, there was the commission's recommendation, as you're well aware, on the 6 TOD zones within Santa Monica. The council took the commission's recommendation on those. So we'll be returning with second reading at the July 28th meeting, and that exclusion ordinance for the 6 TOD sites in Santa Monica will take effect roughly like end of August, right? Regarding the Expo Bundy zone, the commission's recommendation for the targeted upzoning of the 66 multi-unit parcels was not adopted by the city council. Instead, they directed for staff to return with options, to take a look at potentially upzoning the R1 parcels, the 212 R1 parcels instead. So we will be returning to council with that at a later date. And then finally, there was the emergency interim zoning ordinance for light fleet-based service for autonomous vehicles. So this is a new land use classification, and also a regulatory structure akin to kind of how we deal with alcohol exemptions and minor use permits for alcohol sales. So basically it makes it a permitted use in certain zones in the city with standard conditions. If those conditions cannot be met, those operational conditions can't be met, then it would go through a minor use permit process before the zoning administrator. And then for sites within 100 feet of residentially zoned property, there are additional operational conditions with respect to light and noise. That EIZO was approved, so it is in immediate effect as of today, and it is in effect for 60 days, where we anticipate returning to council in early September for an extension of that ordinance. And to be clear, that ordinance does not regulate EV charging, which is regulated under state law. This is regulating autonomous vehicles, fleet-based autonomous vehicles. And then finally, just some announcements with respect to some community celebrations, really. So Coast is returning, those of you who have been here. A fun street festival to celebrate the end of the World Cup, actually. If you're a big soccer fan, it's been a lot of fun. The atmosphere in the city has been incredible. So July 19th will be the Coast Open Streets Festival that will take place on Ocean Park. So that's a street closure. It'll also bleed into downtown and the promenade. And we'll also have another open streets event, which is the State of the City. Last year it was at Reed Park. This year it will be on Main Street and Ocean Park Boulevard on July 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. We're also going to use this opportunity from our perspective. So our building inspectors, code enforcement will be there, and city planning will be there to sort of kick off outreach on the local coastal program restart and update. And that is our third item, is that we are restarting the local coastal program update. So that process is kicking off with Coastal Commission staff in earnest, and we are aiming for completion and implementation by the end of 2027. So by December 31st, end of next year, we hope to have a fully certified LCP. Of course, the commission, the community will be included in this process along the way as it evolves. That's it. Thanks.
Josh? Just as an aside, Nina today thought that the World Cup was tennis. I think she was joking. I have a question. Did I dream it, or is there some initiative afoot to waive zoning for the gateway sites? Where did I get that?
No.
That's good.
Just downtown city and sites.
I must have dreamed it. It's like a nightmare. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the commission?
I thought so too.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Yeah, thanks. One, I was reading that we were among a number of cities that got some lower threshold under SB 35. Can you tell us what that is and what that means?
Yeah, so every year the state publishes a determination, the SB 35, I guess it's called SB 423 now, or I can't remember the exact bill number, but it's essentially, takes a look back as to whether this is a particular law that says, if you don't issue enough building permits for market rate housing, depending on where you land, it basically triggers a provision. So Santa Monica has not been subject to SB 35 for the past few years, and this year we are subject to it. And so what that means is that projects that include, I believe it's 10% affordability, can go through the ministerial process in SB 35, and meet all its provisions. So people have the option, I guess, to use the provisions of SB 35 if they'd like to.
Great. And then have you received any SB 79 applications?
No. Right. Yeah, no.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Let's move ahead to Planning Commissioner announcements. Any announcements?
Real quick, if you want to sit up here, the City Council is appointing a new member of the Planning Commission on the 28th of July. So I believe the deadline is a week before, so that would be next Tuesday. You can apply on the city's website. There should be a form there.
Okay, any others? I have one I'd like to make.
So we have no meeting, a second meeting in August?
Currently, we're not planning on one, but that's still a month away, so who knows if something comes up between now and then. But no, we currently don't have anything slated for the second meeting in August.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to make a kind of an announcement / request. I think the Planning Commission members have on a couple times asked for more insight into what our mobility team is working on in the city. I want to raise my hand and say I would really appreciate some kind of, at a future meeting, presentation from mobility, just to bring the commission and the rest of the city up to speed on what they are working on to calm traffic. I think an update on the Santa Monica Boulevard plan would be good. And also what we're doing as a city to encourage bicycle safety. And so I get a lot of folks come up to me, and there's always a couple things they want to talk to me about as when they find out I'm on the commission, and traffic safety is one of them. So I know Commissioner Wasserman, you've raised that before. So if we can have mobility come in, and Ross, I'm happy to meet with you afterwards to give you some further guidance.
Yeah, thank you. I'll definitely reach out to our mobility staff to agendize them on a future meeting.
Thank you. Okay. I want to move into just an announcement for any items that are not on the agenda. Public input is permitted only, request to speak on an agenda item must be submitted on a speaker's request form or a chit, submitted to the commission secretary. Okay, does everybody have that? All requests to address the commission on public hearing items must be submitted prior to the commission's consideration of the item. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some agenda management. We're going to move up the childcare item early into the agenda. So if you want to make any comments, make sure you get your chits in now. Okay. And now we're going to move into any public input that is not a agendized item. Does anybody have anything that's not on the agenda they'd like to address? Okay. Then let us then move into the consent calendar, item number 7. Are there any commissioners that want to pull an item off of the consent calendar?
Yeah, sorry. I do want less than 5 minutes. I was talking to staff to do staff direction on unbundled parking, but I also don't want to hear it until after we've heard what everybody's here for. So if I could pull 7B, but not discuss it until the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Okay. So moved. Okay.
So a voice vote to move essentially the consent agenda to after the public hearing items. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All in opposition? Motion passes.
Do I have to move 11A up?
Yes, you should.
Okay, I move that we reschedule 11A to be right now, basically at the top of the agenda, given the number of people in the audience and many of them very young.
Do I have a second? All in favor to move 11A to now? So all say aye.
Aye.
All in opposition? Motion passes.
Okay. Let's see, where do we go from here then?
This is a time donation, so Dawn's going to get 4 minutes.
Okay. Okay. And let's see. We're going to start with presentation of staff, but before we do, I'd like to ask if there are any ex parte disclosures from the commission. We'll start with you, Commissioner Wasserman.
Yes, let's pull up my notes here. On June 18th, at their invitation, I had a virtual meeting with the project applicant and their representatives. And also for the record, there was a public comment, written comment from a Susan Wasserman. I am not related.
Commissioner.
I received a request from the applicant to meet with them, which I forgot to respond to. And then later, this morning, Leslie texted me and noted that she was going to go and meet with them. So I tagged along, and I did end up meeting with the applicant today at 2:30 with Leslie Lambert.
That's when she said tennis was the World Cup.
I did not say tennis was what they were.
Commissioner Reese.
Oh,
Sorry, Leslie. Commissioner
it's
Lambert.
okay. I have received a number of emails, texts, and phone conversations with Tricia Crane from the Northeast Neighbors, and Ruth Ann Lehrer, also of the Northeast Neighbors, and strangely from Shaul Kuba, who's head of the CIM group, called to rave about the director of the center. And then I and Nina visited the center today at 2:30? Yeah. Thank you. And we're there for about an hour and learned an awful lot, and we're very impressed with what we saw.
Commissioner Reese.
I had a Zoom call last Thursday at 10:30 with the applicant and their representative, which lasted about 25 minutes, where they introduced me to the project. And then today I had a maybe 10-minute phone call with Ben Sweat, who I believe is involved with early childhood education here in Santa Monica.
Wonderful. Commissioner Chaco, okay. I will disclose on July 10th, I had about a 30-minute Zoom call with the applicant and her representatives where we talked through the project and became more acquainted with their proposal. I think that's everything. Okay, so let's move on with a presentation by staff.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners, members of the public, and city staff. I'm Stephanie Reich, Design and Historic Preservation Principal Planner, here to present the staff report. I'd like to acknowledge Gina Seelock and the mobility team, because everything we do is a team effort. Proposed is early childcare and early education facility within the single unit residential zone, R1 zone, and that requires a conditional use permit. So this will be the conversion of an existing large family daycare with a limitation of 12 children. It will be subject to California Community Care licensing, which is state licensing, and also special local requirements, which we'll discuss. And the request is for a maximum capacity of 40 children. This is a site location plan in the R1 zone. It is 1029 26th Street, and it's an 8,000 square foot lot. And the existing single family dwelling unit is 2,426 square feet. And so, as I mentioned, childcare and early education facilities can be located within the R1 zone, subject to a conditional use permit approval. And there are some special standards in Code Section 9.31120 that requires fence, wall, and hedge in the front yard of 4 feet, restricted hours for outdoor play areas, passenger loading and operations plan, state licensing, and these local requirements. And there is a requirement for a neighborhood liaison. The proposed the proposal complies with all of these special requirements. Here's the existing site plan. As I mentioned, it operates as a large family daycare, and it has been operating in this location for 6 years. There's a 12-child maximum on a large family daycare, And as far as we know, there have been no official complaints or operational code violations reported on this site or for this operator. And here is the proposed site plan. There is, per state law, a requirement for 75 square feet per child. And so here are the numbers for the rear outdoor play area. It's 2,529 square feet, which would allow 34 children in the rear yard. And in the front yard, there's 847 square feet, which would allow 11 children. So that exceeds the number of children that they're asking for on this site. The proposed floor plan, there are no additions proposed to the existing building, and there are no exterior modifications proposed either. Per state law, 35 square feet is required per child on the interior. The plan shows child capacity for each interior space. The total square footage is 1,396 for all of the classrooms and learning areas, which gets to a maximum capacity of 40 children. These are photos from the street of the site context, and as you can see, the subject site and the existing building blends right in, looks as if it's a single-family residence. And so there is an approved parking and loading operations plan. The parking and loading operations plan includes one curbside passenger loading stall available directly in front of the property during drop-off and pickup time windows, and that's identified in, let's see if I can point. So in this little yellow highlight that you see in front of the property, that would be the parking, and that would be the specified loading area. The green identifies that there are typically 6 to 8 curb spaces available on 26th Street. That will be the primary area for loading. There are approximately 16 total spaces available in the immediate vicinity, including across the street. There's also additional parking available on Washington and California within 1 or 2 blocks. On the site, there will be 3 short-term bicycle parking stalls always available. The proposed plan provides 4. 3 are required. And as noted in the analysis that was that analysis of the plot, Mobility can speak to this. Mobility staff is here, thankfully, to answer all of your detailed questions. In the 2 visits that they had to the site during pickup and drop-off times, they observed ample parking for pickup and drop-off on 26th Street, which is the primary focus of the plot analysis. Additionally, they observed ample parking available on 26th Street north of Washington Avenue, which is not preferential parking, and also on Washington Avenue and California Avenue. And there's more to that they can expand on when you ask questions. And on the site, there is supervised drop-off at the front of the site. There is not drop-off in the alley, and we are not recommending drop-off in the alley. So childcare is an important goal of the city and of the land use and circulation element. It's important that we integrate childcare and early education for everyone who lives and works in the community, and it's an important part of the city's land use process. And it's also important to encourage this use in the residential neighborhoods with a balance for those uses, to make certain that the residents aren't negatively impacted by any childcare use in that area. As stated in Loose Goal and Point 1, childcare within the neighborhoods enhances our neighborhoods for a complete community. So the proposed project integrates both objectives by providing childcare options within walking distance of the neighborhood while preserving the existing single-unit dwelling. So as part of our analysis, we identified that there is a well-documented limited capacity for childcare in the city of Santa Monica. The primary focus of this facility will be on children between 2 and 3 years of age, which is a primary need. Characteristics and needs of childcare uses must be balanced with compatibility of the neighborhood and with compatibility in the surrounding neighborhood. And so, as we've heard, neighborhood concerns typically include vehicle trips of employees and clients, noise, change in appearance of the residential structure. As we mentioned, there will be no change in appearance of the residential structure. As I mentioned, the subject property has been operating as a large family daycare, and there has been no physical change that would identify it as such. And there are conditions in the proposed statement of official action for hours of operation, use of outdoor space, special events after hours. There's a approved parking and loading operations plan, a designated liaison, and all are included in the proposed conditions. In particular, condition number 4 in the proposed statement of official action includes hours of operation and outdoor use. Condition number 5, after hours events, including number, public notice, and concluding hours for those events. As I mentioned, the parking and loading operations plan that we affectionately refer to as the PLOP. The PLOP annual review and update, loading space in front of the subject property, which, consequently, there is not an identified loading space at the moment, but as part of the conditions of approval, there will be an identified loading space in front of the subject property. The applicant team has identified a neighborhood liaison, and we've proposed a good neighbor agreement. And so regarding the conditions in re-reviewing the conditions after they were posted, we have a couple of modifications to propose to the commission. For condition number 13, we cannot require a parking space on the site based on state law. And so we want to make certain that the existing curb cut and driveway may remain, that it doesn't get closed as is typically the policy, that 2 bicycle racks for a minimum of 3 bicycle parking spaces, as shown in the approved plans, be provided. The original condition had shown what was proposed, and we're revising the condition based on what is required. And we're also recommending a slight modification to condition number 19, which identifies a good neighbor agreement. The applicant had reached out with us with a concern about this agreement, and we agreed that this small addition would make it easier for staff to monitor this agreement. And so I'll just read the additional text into the record. Failure of any adjacent resident to execute the agreement shall not preclude commencement of the use, provided the applicant operator demonstrates such good faith effort to the reasonable satisfaction of the City Planning Division. We don't want the operator to be responsible for things that they cannot control. And so that's why we're proposing this additional text. As far as CEQA, this is categorically exempt as Section 15303A of the CEQA guidelines exempts construction or conversion of small structures, including single-family residential structures, from one use to the other where only minimal modifications are made. These are the findings that are necessary for the conditional use permit. We have identified in the report that all the findings can be made, that this proposed use complies with the R1 district, consistent with the general plan. The subject parcel is physically suitable. It's already operating as a large family daycare, compatible with permissible land uses within the district and the area. Location is compatible with the neighborhood. As I mentioned, having childcare in residential neighborhoods helps our neighborhoods function well as complete neighborhoods. Based on environmental review, the proposed project has no significant environmental impacts, as I mentioned, and the proposed use will not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or general welfare. Regarding outreach, applicant has provided some outreach. They have mailed property owners and tenants within a 750-foot radius at the end of May 2026, and they have had dialogue with people who have responded based on those letters. We provided public notice that was required, mailed public notice within 750-foot radius, and also in the Santa Monica Daily Press. The city has received, as you know, over 285 comment letters, including a petition. The majority of the comments that we have received are a number of letters supporting the operator and the quality of the child care service provided. Letters in opposition identify concerns including parking, loading, noise. As I mentioned previously, the conditions that are included in the proposed statement of official action will mitigate these neighborhood concerns. And our recommendation is to approve conditional use permit ENT 260086 to allow the establishment of a child care and early education facility located at 1029 26th Street within the single unit residential zone. We also recommend you adopt findings determining that the proposed project is categorically exempt with SEQRA and approve the statement of official action. That concludes my staff report, and I'm available for questions, as is our mobility team.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Lambert.
I just have a brief one. We were there today, and I noticed that there's a potential for actually 3 loading spots in front of the house if you include the garage. And I was wondering why you didn't consider that. I mean, the one in front of the driveway.
Hi, excuse me. This is Peter Zhevatowski, principal planner with the Mobility Division. I'm not sure what the garage on the property.
Sorry, the driveway to the garage.
On the driveway? Okay. Well, we didn't want to intensify the use of the driveway and allow it to be used as loading because we've identified 26th Street in this segment as what we refer to as a no back out street.
I don't mean that. I mean in front of the driveway on the street.
Oh, okay. All right. I understand. So there's no particular issue if the applicant were to use the space that's in front of the driveway, given that it is serving one parking space. We did not advise that it be included in the parking and loading plan because we felt as though between 26th Street, Washington, California, that there were ample places available for passenger loading. within on the curbside, and that suggesting the use in front of the driveway would not be typical because that would not be a legitimate parking or loading space.
I'm just thinking that if you have a 2-year-old, the closer to the house, the better. So probably a driveway. The driveway would be more suitable than, but they can
think-
do it if they want. That's the point.
Well, yes, so that's what I'm saying. If it suits the applicant to use that space in order to facilitate the vehicles entering the loading space near the curb, or if somebody can move in behind a vehicle that's at the curb at the loading space, that's fine. Because it's not technically curbside parking or loading, we avoided having that included in the
They
plan.
can squeeze in as much loading spaces as they can.
Within their frontage and in front of their driveway, that would be acceptable that they did that.
Commissioner Reese.
Hi, thank you for the staff report. Sorry that my question's for you, not mobility. Condition 4, there is a condition where the applicant shall be responsible for ensuring that all activity between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. is restricted to indoors and no use of the outdoor play is permitted. Makes a lot of sense, but I'm curious why when we get to the after hours, it's not similar with the exception of, a couple of events that they're able to do. And we're also saying that they can, after hours can go till 5 p.m. or when the sun sets.
Oh, do you mean the outdoor spaces? Those conditions, when we do a report like this or analyze a project like this, we look at past practice. And so that condition is a combination of what was proposed by the applicant and also our past practice.
So does this mean that the other 2 examples we have in the city have the same language though, till sunset?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that dovetails into one of my next.
And that language until sunset, that is also in the code.
Yeah, I understand that, but
Yeah.
this is a unique use, right, in a residential
Well,
area.
it's in the code, I believe, for this use, and that's why we included it. We actually had some internal discussion about that.
That's a different point, if you're saying it's related specifically to this use. So I'll take that as an affirmative, it is. And so with that in mind, do you have we any documentation on the other uses in terms of the other 2 uses that are referenced in the report and how they've interacted with the community? Have there been complaints?
We have no record of complaints or code violations on any of the childcare operations within the residential zones.
So the Delaware one and the 26th Street that you called out, okay. Then in the condition 7, we talk about substantial change has to come to planning commission. Is that just a defined term in the zoning code, what that substantial change would mean?
I believe that is just a standard condition. When there is a more than of a minor modification, it would need to come back before the planning commission. We don't define substantial change in the code. It is somewhat of a case-by-case basis, but I think it is similar to any other standard condition we have regarding modifications that are made to operations or a building.
Condition 10 talks about, I think this is where the applicant shall provide all parents and guardians with written parking instructions they must sign off. So that's fine. I wanted to add in there child care providers, but I guess guardians would cover that. Do you agree?
That's right.
And then condition 19, we talk a little bit about this good neighbor policy and the residents immediately adjacent. To me, abutting is the neighbors that touch the property on either side, to the east and to the west, and then across the streets. What is immediate?
So we actually have in the zoning ordinance a definition for adjacent, and it is the properties that share a parcel line. So immediate adjacent, I think we would default to the adjacent definition. So it'd be the properties kind of to the, I guess, north, south, and we'd probably do across the alley as well.
Adjacent is defined.
It is defined.
I had not heard that. I
Yes.
was looking at the word immediate.
Immediate isn't, but adjacent is.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. Thank you.
Sorry, that is Commissioner Landris trying to join. I'm sorry. Yes. We're having some technical difficulties, so we're trying to get him to join in.
Commissioner Chaco.
Thank you. Just have a few clarifications based on some of the letters that we received. Is the operator of the existing use the same as the operator for the proposed use?
Yes.
It is. There was also reference to a second facility that was somewhere nearby with the same operator.
If you could ask the applicant that question, that would be helpful.
Sure. And a question for, I guess, the mobility team. Is there any difference between how the pickup and drop off is handled on street cleaning days versus non-street cleaning days?
Well, yes, on days where there's street cleaning, then that side of the street would not be available during the restricted hours for street cleaning. So the attendants or patrons would need to use the opposing side of the street. I believe that, I'm not sure with the specific schedule, but I guess that it would vary between places like Washington, California, and 26th. So that between those street networks that are pretty close by, within a quarter mile, there would be alternatives available depending upon the day.
And I guess my last question, in the condition that requires annual review, I think it speaks to the plot, but I'm curious whether it also covers compliance with other conditions.
So we don't have that currently included in the conditions, but certainly you can ask us to add that.
No questions, okay.
Chair, I'd love to get in the queue when I can. I apologize for my technical difficulties.
Commissioner Landris, do you have questions?
In fact, I do.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie, for the presentation. Thank you for your confirmations on the questions that I asked. And I just sort of want to say for the record, because I was having communication difficulties, that I do drive past the subject site on a regular basis, and I drove past the site yesterday. In fact, both what they call their South Campus and what they call their North Campus, paying particular attention to the parking restrictions and the availability of parking on 26. So I do have a few questions specifically related to mobility. So if we can stay on that theme, that would be terrific. So in the mobility study, there was wide variation between the two dates of the study. And so I'm wondering on the two count days, and on April 23rd, availability never actually hit 8 spaces. So I'm wondering if, what happens if there are no spaces to park? That's my first question. I can ask a bunch up front, but
Well,
I'd like
no,
to start.
that's fine. We can go one by one. I'm
Okay.
kind of wondering about your question about availability. I think that my recollection is that availability on the April counts in the morning time showed less than the 8 spaces between about 8:30 and 9, I believe. Is
Yeah.
that what you're referring to?
That would be drop off.
Right, correct.
Yeah.
So we found that the morning time, certainly was the peak for the passenger or parking and passenger loading demand at the site. And when those types of conditions occur, there is a couple of different options available. I think one of the important things to point out is that the way that we assessed the parking occupancy, and then we compared it to the loading demand that was being proposed by the applicant, we took a conservative approach. So within each of those time increments, when we counted the number of spaces that were available, we made the assumption that the full demand of parking that was estimated by the applicant to arrive during that time frame would come at the same time, which is a conservative assumption, because typically those people are going to come at varying times, and to some degree those same spaces or other spaces would be able to be used by those same the people that are coming for daycare or parking. So it does.
Sorry to interrupt you. On what basis do you arrive at that conclusion if the program starts at a particular time and people are pretty much aiming to arrive, let's say within 5 to 10 minutes of that time, and they have to find a space, remove their child, walk their child to the site, drop their child off, sometimes that takes more than a minute, and then get back into their car and leave. I'm seeing a lot of overlap in that scenario.
So
not minimal.
So to finish what I was, my train of thought
Yeah.
there. So we are
Okay.
looking at it from a conservative perspective, that some of those spaces would be able to use multiple times, given that kind of conservative assumption. Second, by having the loading space dedicated in front of the property, that would reduce the dwell time for many of the patrons that are coming to drop off children. They would be in front of the property. It would limit the amount of dwell time that they needed to stay there for the child to come out of the vehicle and then go onto the property. So that reduces the demand to some degree. And then second, while we did not count the same as we did the parking occupancy on 26th Street, we did make it intentional to make observations on Washington and California Avenue, where we observed a number of free spaces that were available for people to park within a close distance and walk children to the daycare center. In fact, during our observations, we saw a number of the parents coming to the daycare center that were coming from outside of the immediate area. Either they were parking and walking, or they were walking from the neighborhood.
Can I just interrupt for a minute, Sean? My understanding from the director today is they're going to have staggered drop-offs, and I think it's like 20-minute intervals. So they're not all arriving at the same time.
Correct.
And that's important to know.
So the morning.
Okay. And what can we talk about the afternoon for a minute? Because there is some overlap as well between the 2-year-old arrival overlap and the 5 dismissal overlap. There's some, and they're wanting the siblings to be picked up at separate times. So there's a lot happening. When I did my drive-by, it was in the afternoon in rush hour, and I was seeing people moving in and out of cars all along that roadway, which I would point out is a Sharrows. And if there's a backup on 26th Street, the only escape route is for a car to go into the turning lane, which is technically illegal. But I guess that's what you're inviting people to do at rush hour if there's a backup for drop-off, when we're talking about up to 40 kids.
So the intervals in the morning are 15 minutes, and the intervals in the afternoon are 1/2 hour. I'm not clear exactly on your question regarding an overlap in the intervals. It's anticipated that there would be between 8 and 10 children arriving or vehicles arriving with children during each of those intervals in the morning and in the evening. The intent is not to have parents stopping on 26th Street searching for parking when the availability of parking reaches limited periods. The parking and loading operations plan specifically states that parents are to find alternate locations to park and walk to the facility from Washington and California. So
Okay.
we're trying to avoid the scenario that you're describing, where people are trying to just stop on 26th Street by advising of alternatives where there is available parking in close proximity.
Thank you for that. We'll come back to California in particular. Okay, let me go. So what you're saying is that as far as your analysis was concerned, there was never a time frame, just so I understand, we're being told that there's never a time frame when drop off and pickup of two independent cohorts is happening simultaneously.
Not according to the parking and loading plan, there would not be, because I believe it is between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. And then the afternoon is between 1 and 3 p.m.
Right.
That even extends beyond, I think, their parking and loading plan. I think their parking and loading plan ends a little bit before 3.
Right, except that they have proposed to allow people to stay until 5.
Okay, with that.
Which also, and then they're on site until 5:30, and they've talked about late pickup. So there's a real lack of clarity. There's like a 5:30 loading deadline, but we're saying late pickup till 5.
That was not in the parking and loading plan.
Yeah, I think just the applicant's submittal materials kind of envision their potential for a late kind of afternoon, much smaller kind of ability for them to kind of service a handful of children, but it was not kind of the main operations of the site.
They have a broad 8 to 5 hours of operation, but in practice, it's shorter than that. Okay, we can ask the applicant.
I should
for
also point out
clarification
that
on
the applicant said that 30% of their kids live in the neighborhood and walk.
Which is great. I mean, I'm not, but I'm still asking about these things because I'm really familiar with what 26th Street looks like at rush hour, at morning and afternoon, and I'm concerned about safety, and so I want to understand. I'm trying to make the findings. I want to make the findings, but I am concerned about making the findings. So let me go straight to my next question, which is,
Thank you.
Given the crossing at the traffic circle at 26th and Washington, and given that we are dealing with, I live in Sunset Park, where a very small kid was
Questions, Sean, questions, please.
I'm making the point. Where a very small kid darted out into traffic and was hit by a Waymo, okay? Because the Waymo, and if it had been driven by a human driver, the kid would have been much worse off. So my question is, what's your level of confidence in the safety of that intersection for short people, like really short people, who don't come up to even beyond the grill of an SUV and have a tendency to run away from their parents? I love my children, but we've all had toddlers and preschoolers. They're impulsive.
Question?
The question is your level of confidence in that intersection, and what steps the city or the applicant can take to improve the safety of that intersection.
So when we were out there in April and May of this year and making observations and counting parking, we observed a number of people using the crosswalk at Washington and 26th Street. The particular intersection does have some attributes that are positive and advantageous. It is a traffic circle, so it's a different type of an operation than your typical 4-way intersection or a stop sign.
Right.
So it does, require some, thought and negotiation. But we do note that there is a center median on the crossing on 26th Street that provides a pedestrian refuge. So it provides a space for a pedestrian to stop so that they can negotiate each direction of traffic at one time. So it kind of simplifies maneuvering the intersection. And also each of the crossings, both on the north and the south side, because of those divided medians, are very short crossings. So the period of time when a pedestrian is in the street where vehicles would be normally, it is a short distance for them to cross. So those are positive, I think, with that particular intersection and crossing. We didn't notice any of the people that were using the crossing having any other issues. And, you know, we don't see any collision patterns necessarily in that area that suggest that there are any issues with the crossing. For the last 16 years, there's been 23 collisions, so it's been very, very, very few.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a
last question.
Chair, would you
Very
please
quick.
speak to this?
Yeah, I'll say we have a full house in here, and so I want to quickly get through our questions, and then we'll
Yep.
have time
These are fast.
afterwards
These are
for
super
more
fast.
further discussion.
Okay, no, but these are super fast. I just want to have clarity and maybe corrections. Condition 1 and condition 3, this is a staff correction. We talk about 5 and younger in condition 3. We talk about age 2 to 5 in condition 1. If they're running a TK, they will be over 5. We should acknowledge that they're going to be.
Sean, let's
And
save
then-
this for the
PK is 4, Sean.
let's save this for the commissioner discussion items after after public comment.
Okay, last quick one.
Sure.
Is the garage going down?
No.
Okay, then there are some conditions that refer to the demolition of a garage that should probably be taken out.
We'll review that, but I
Okay.
didn't see that in our review. And I
double
want
check.
to thank everyone in the audience.
Thank you.
I thank you, Sean. And I do have two very
Yes.
quick questions
you.
just for clarification. And I want to refer back to the plop. We have 15, I saw this in as well, 15-minute increments for drop off and 30-minute increments for pickup. Is that because that's how the center's operating today, or was that your recommendation?
I think that was the proposal. It was the proposal, and we agree with that proposal.
Okay.
Yes.
Another question, hours of operation are from 8 to 5. Drop-off starts at 8:30. Is there a reason why, other than current practice at the center, is there a reason why the plop didn't have drop-off starting at 8?
We were guided by what was requested, and that was what was
Okay.
requested.
Okay, so that's a good item for further discussion after public comment about drop-off windows.
Yeah, we actually extended the drop-off time beyond what was requested for obvious reasons, but we did not extend, we extended the pickup time at the end of the day, but we did not extend the drop-off time earlier.
Okay, thank you. And I asked this question earlier of staff, but I'd like to understand the context of, to put this request in context of other childcare facilities in Santa Monica. Because honestly, I don't know if 40 is the right number. And so what is the context of the number of licensed children allowed in other R1 zone childcare centers and also commercially zoned childcare centers? Do we have numbers on licensing limits?
So as far as we know, the license that they're asking for, the state license, is for 40.
Right.
And thanks to Gina Seelock, we have a little bit of research on our existing sites in the city. So we've got a few residential sites that are listed now on the slide, and they range from 30 to 45 children. And then we've got, our larger child care facilities in the open space zone and Bayside commercial Those have a much larger capacity of 51 to 120.
Okay, so I'm seeing facility capacity in residential zones, R1 and multifamily,
Right.
30 to 45. Were you able to separate out just the R1 from the multifamily?
I don't have that information.
Okay, all right. That would be good context. Okay. Assuming there's no further questions, sorry, Commissioner Chaco.
A quick one. Just as a quick follow-up to some of Sean's questions for mobility, if you could briefly speak to the use of the drop-off spot that's on 26th. My understanding it's a one lane in each direction situation. So when during the dropping off, you're confident that there's no interruption to the general flow of traffic at that time?
So you're referring to the space that's curbside in front of the property that will be signed for
Yes.
passenger loading? Well, you know, the PLOP advises parents, and, you know, part of the next step as well is the development of materials that would reinforce the parking and loading operations plan that would be given to parents. That instructs people not to wait for the passenger loading space that is in front if it's currently occupied, so that they don't double park on the street and they don't, you know, interrupt with the flow of traffic or cause conflicts. And that is precisely why we're recommending that the demand for parking and loading be spread out, and that streets like Washington and California are used during the times when the availability of parking is constrained on 26th Street. Which, you know, we did in our observations notice that during the early period, there was a period of time when there were fewer than the number of spaces that were required. But when we looked at Washington and California and observed what was there, we know that there is available parking and it is close by. So by advising people not to wait, if the passenger loading is not occupied, it's free to use. But if it is, you must find parking on 26th Street, Washington, or California. The other thing that is somewhat helpful, Commissioner Lambert mentioned earlier about using the front of the driveway for the property. That is acceptable. So if the parking is managed in front of the property at the curb and there's sufficient space, then that can potentially accommodate more than one vehicle. So that would allow them to maneuver in the space and not block traffic.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners. We're going to move on to public comment. And so I'm going to call a handful of names here. When you hear your name.
The applicant presentation?
Oh, is there an applicant presentation too?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
And thanks to
It
your
wasn't on the
questions and Peter's testimony, the operator can also use the tape of this meeting.
Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't have that on the agenda. Applicant, please come forward. I just want to say, please no applause. I know we're excited, but if you just keep the applause to zero, that'd be appreciated.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Summers, Land Use Consultant with Crest Real Estate, here representing the Playgroup House and its director, Cassidy Bosch, who will be speaking after me this evening. Really appreciate your time to hear about this project at 1029 26th Street, which is really an exciting opportunity for this community to expand what has already been an exciting, tremendous use of this property for the past 6 years. So the property at 1029 26th Street has been utilized as a large family daycare for the past 6 years, as I mentioned, allowed to operate with up to 14 children on the site. In that time, as I will mention again later, they have had no complaints or violations cited against the property. What we are requesting today is a conditional use permit to allow the establishment of a childcare and early education facility for up to 40 children. Let me put that in other words. I'm going to put on my parent hat. I've got a 2 and a 5-year-old back at home. This is a tremendously needed use in our community. Families like mine would love to have more opportunities to send their kids to educational centers for early education and childcare that they can walk to, that are harmoniously integrated into the community. And that's really what's before you today. The program summary and operations overview, I'm going to go through quickly because staff has done an excellent job going through that already. But the enrollment and age groups will be from 2 to 5 years old. And in addition to the up to 40 students, they're expecting about 36 on average. There will be a staff of 6 classroom teachers and 1 director, so 7 staff people on the site as well. Now, I know with a use like this, some of the key concerns are noise and parking, so we will focus on those items this evening. One thing I want to start out by noting with respect to noise, in terms of outdoor play, the classroom groups will rotate between 9:15 and 12:30 p.m., so 9:15 start time for outdoor play, and then 2:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. In the sort of after early pickup hours. We are comfortable limiting that to 4 p.m. For outdoors at the end of the day. There will be no amplified music, and importantly, the school does not intend to have any more than 14 students outside at any one time, thereby mimicking what's been there for these past 6 years, in which time there have been no complaints about the noise generated by the program. Additionally, one other thing I wanted to note, of the 24 students that are tentatively committed to join, should this approval be granted, approximately 7 of them, or 30%, are planning to walk to the school. This is exactly the community focus that I talked about at the beginning, and that also reduces parking demand in the neighborhood. Now, history of compliance. It is so important to note how the past 6 years have gone, how there have been 0 complaints filed with the City of Santa Monica Code Enforcement or any formal citations or complaints up to the prior week with the state. There was 1 comment received over the past 6 years about a car partially blocking a driveway, and Cassidy herself took the call, figured out whose car it was, and immediately had it moved. That neighbor is actually a supporter of the project today, showing just how responsive this school is and how good of an operator they are. And I think this is so important because we understand there's always a concern about precedent with any type of entitlement request. I think this is a unique case where it has been proven over a consistent and continued period of time that this site can house students, numbers of children beyond just a typical single-family residence without complaints and concerns related to noise and parking. With respect to the city's child care master plan and the loose, child care and early education is considered one of the most pressing concerns of contemporary family life. And the city is directed to protect existing resources, but also to expand the supply due to the importance of quality, affordable, and accessible childcare and early education. How better to make it accessible than to put it within the residential community where these children live? One other thing that I want to note is childcare and early education facilities are clearly, as evidenced by us being here tonight, allowed with a CUP. If concerns regarding noise or parking were insurmountable, this wouldn't be an allowed use with a CUP. The city clearly intended for the R1 district to be able to hold these types of uses by creating this pathway with the CUP. And we feel confident that with the conditions of approval that have been created, this will be able to operate harmoniously within the neighborhood without any detrimental impacts to the neighbors, and much to the contrary, with a tremendously beneficial impact to all of the families in the surrounding area. I'm going to skip past the site plan and the floor plan because you have seen those already. I do just want to stop on the parking, loading, and operations program. As noted, the current school drop-off period is a 15-minute window from 8:45 to 9 a.m. It has been operating successfully without complaints for the past 6 years. We are proposing to mimic that in 3 individual periods, right? So we're going to have roughly 12 to 14 students, similar to what is there today, within these 3 separate drop-off and pickup windows. The current plop proposes 8:30 to 8:45, 8:45 to 9, and 9 to 9:15 for those drop-off windows. That has been reviewed by Mobility, and approved as something that can be successfully implemented. Although it should be noted that one of the conditions of approval states that the plot must be revisited at the end of each of the next 2 years to make sure that it's operating successfully, and if it's not, certain revisions can be implemented. Additionally, the implementation of the loading stall in front of the property and the use of the space in front of the driveway, for which Cassidy and school have committed they won't be moving their own cars in and out during drop-off and pickup times, that creates 2 spaces that are not currently available or being used for the drop-off period. I should say 1 space that's not currently available and the other space in front of the driveway that's not currently being used for that purpose. So now there will be 2 spaces in front of the property, although it should be noted parents will be directed not to queue, not to wait for those spaces. If they are available, take them. Otherwise, look for the other available parking in the surrounding neighborhood. Now, what has been approved and reviewed by Mobility as acceptable is the 15-minute windows. But we're here tonight, we're going to voluntarily commit and accept increasing those windows to 20-minute windows. So the drop-off time would be 8:20 to 8:40, 8:40 to 9, and 9 to 9:20. We understand that there are some concerns that have been cited here. Our team, Cassidy's team, the community members that go to this school, they want to be respectful neighbors. So we want to show that commitment by voluntarily increasing these windows to just make sure that we're being cautious and conservative in terms of not having too much overlap or concentration of cars coming to and from the site. Now, here is the parking area shown along 26th Street with overflow available if needed along California and Washington. Most of the parents I've talked to have said they've been able to easily park on 26. I understand Mobility notice sometimes when those other areas may be necessary, and they are available. Parents are not supposed to park on streets like Princeton or 25th Street. There are clear areas that will be identified and communicated to them as they have been in the past. The second to last thing I want to touch on is neighborhood outreach. I think this is a case this evening where we truly have gone above and beyond the norm in terms of neighborhood outreach. Ahead of the city, 3 weeks ahead of the city mailers going out, we sent preemptive mailers to the 511 unique addresses within the radius of notification, explaining the project and offering to meet. We received a few comments from them. We were happy to meet with anyone that reached out. Additionally, we've been able to receive 125 support letters. That is a remarkable amount of support, 62 of which are Santa Monica residents and 10 of which are within the 750-foot radius. That said, we understand, again, that there is concern and there's a commitment from the school to be a good neighbor and to continue to listen to those concerns in the future throughout operations. We did reach out to every single one of those neighbors that submitted a letter of concern to the city. Unfortunately, only one neighbor took us up on that offer. And, that is unfortunate, but ultimately at the end of the day, what matters most to us is that we feel confident based on the history and what's proposed that this can operate safely and in a way that is not detrimental to the community. And we do feel extremely confident about that. Lastly, with respect to case precedent, there are 3 examples of child care and early education facilities being approved within residential zones. I have those up on the screen here. So this is not an unprecedented request. That said, I think it is uniquely positioned to be something that is approved with confidence because of the history of compliance and the history of being a good operator on the property. Next up, I'm going to pass it off to Cassidy.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Cassidy Bosch, and I'm the founder and the owner of the Playgroup House. For the past 6 years, we've had the privilege of serving families at 1029 26th Street. The Playgroup House was built on the belief that young children learn best when they feel safe, seen, and understood for the unique individuals that they are. And that learning happens through strong relationships, curiosity, and play. We have become more than a preschool, but a place where children take their first steps towards independence, where parents build lifelong friendships and families find genuine community. Our request tonight is for you to approve the conditional use permit so we can continue providing high-quality education to Santa Monica families as their children grow while remaining the thoughtful, respectful neighbors we've always strived to be. Operating a preschool in a residential neighborhood comes with an important responsibility, and I take that responsibility seriously. It does sadden me that some of the neighbors have concerns about our school. Our team has made significant proactive outreach efforts. I've personally left letters in neighbors' mailboxes offering to meet, yet we heard these concerns through letters first when they're submitted to the city. I've read mostly about parking and noise, and I'd like to address those directly. First, after 6 years operating, there has not been one single complaint to me regarding parking or noise. Children make noise. That's part of childhood. And I do believe that the sound of children playing is what makes a neighborhood feel alive. Parks have children, elementary schools have children, neighborhoods where families live have children. That said, there's a difference between joyful play and unnecessary disruption, and we work hard to minimize impacts on our neighbors. We do not use amplified sound outdoors. We do not allow prolonged crying outdoors. If a child is having big feelings, we bring them inside to be comforted. And if they can't recover, we contact the family to pick them up. Every Playgroup House family knows this about us. We are a high-touch program. We communicate clearly, we set expectations early, and we follow up consistently. That same approach guides our parking and loading plan. Stephen has covered the operational details, but I'd like to explain why I know this plan will work. Next year, 7 of our 25 students will regularly walk to school, and 2 of our teachers are Santa Monica residents who walk or bike currently. For families arriving by car, we stagger arrival and dismissal times, so 1 class arrives at a time with staff outside actively guiding this process. Families learn these expectations at orientation and through regular reminders all year. From day one, being a respectful neighbor is an expectation of every Playgroup House family. You'll hear from parents tonight who enjoy walking their children to school. That's exactly the kind of neighborhood school I've always hoped to create. Children arriving hand in hand with their parents, teachers greeting them at the gate, and families being part of the fabric of Santa Monica. We've worked intentionally towards that vision, hiring educators who are part of the Santa Monica community, welcoming families who relocated here after the Palisades fire, and hiring a talented teacher after another nearby preschool closed. You have received more than 120 letters of support from parents, neighbors, educators, and community members. Those letters, the families here tonight, the continued demand for our program, and 6 years of successful operation all tell the same story, that Playgroup House is a valued part of the Santa Monica community. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration, and I respectfully ask for your approval of our conditional use permit.
Do we have any questions?
I have a quick question of her, because I got a lot of discussion today. This is rather awkward, but I'm going to ask it anyway. In the 6 years you have been there, you've never gotten a complaint at all, formal or otherwise. Is that correct?
That is correct until.
I know, I'm going to go there.
Okay.
I learned today in the meeting with you that a state inspector visited your site today or yesterday,
This morning.
responding to a community complaint about your center. First time it's happened in 6 years. And this inspector knew about the hearing tonight.
That is correct.
And that's a great deal more than a coincidence, I believe. And I'm very disturbed by that, just so you know. Thank you.
Other questions?
I'll jump in the queue.
Okay. Commissioner Wasserman.
Yeah, just a single one. Have you contemplated, or if the CUP conditions were modified, hours beyond 8 to 5?
We have not contemplated any hours beyond 8 to 5.
Thanks.
Commissioner Landris, you may ask a question.
Thanks. Just 2 quick ones. One is could you clarify exactly what kind of evening meetings you have in mind? There's a little bit of a vagueness in the way the STOA is drafted, and I just want to understand what you have in mind to happen. I think 4 times a year after 5 o'clock.
Those, are you referring to the meetings with the families that are participating in the school?
Yeah,
So those types of gatherings are for things like graduation, for things
Right.
like, parent-teacher, meetings or conferences. That's what those are intended for. And it is noted in here that that will be done to the extent they occur indoors and before 7:30 p.m.
And do you have a cap on those? Are you proposing a limited number?
I want to just double check. Yeah, I want to say that the condition says 4.
The condition says 4, but then somewhere else the condition says something without a number on it. So I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about a total of 4 events.
Yes.
This has come up before in other childcare programming environments, and there's confusion. And I just, for your own protection and for neighborhood clarity, want to make sure that I'm asking because I want to know what your real total is.
The intent is for a total of 4 of those types of events.
Great. And then my other question is, and I'm curious, is whether there's an opportunity for you all to be actively monitoring, assisting with the crossing of 26th Street at California. Sometimes people give out flags. I mean, you can't get, like, I worry about a toddler running into the street or a preschooler running into the street, but is there an opportunity to create more visibility during those drop-off times? I know you have 3 staff. I don't know who's committed where, but would there be a way, short of installing technology, to assist with that?
The 3 staff members are intended to be in front of the property in the front yard so that they can help with unloading children quickly from the loading space and the space in front of the driveway. That really is the intent of those. In terms of utilizing those staff as sort of crossing guards, that is not something that we have proposed or considered up to this point. I will note, these are 2 to 5 year olds. These aren't even elementary school students. As someone who's a parent of a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old myself, you walk your kid in hand to preschool,
Right.
or you drop them off in front. There should not be any instances of a child who's between the ages of 2 and 5 crossing the street by themselves for this school or anywhere else for that matter in the city of Santa Monica. And so I do understand the concern, but given that over the past 6 years, there have been no incidents of that type, we feel that it is able to operate safely without somebody acting as a crossing guard in that location.
Okay. Would you consider parent education about the crosswalk?
Yeah, I think we would be happy to do some parent education about kind of safe crossing in that location. Absolutely. I think it's a great idea.
Okay. I mean, that's why I mentioned the flags, because sometimes they do like flags. You put a bucket on either side of the street on at those times, and parent picks up a flag and walks across. Okay, thank you.
Are you volunteering to be a crossing guard?
I am not volunteering to be a crossing guard. I am still nervous about kids darting, but creating my point, we can come back to this in discussion, it was why I was asking, is that if you sort of create activity in those moments, then when you see people on those corners, you start to look more carefully as a driver. You obviously should be looking all the time, but at rush hour, people are doing a lot of things in their cars.
Thank you, Commissioner Landris. I have a question about the drop-off period, and thank you for expanding that into 20-minute increments. Is there a programmatic reason why you would keep it at 20 and not 30 when you have drop-off at 30? I just want to understand the childcare operations and why that was clearly a choice you made. I would like to understand that.
Absolutely. It's a good question. So the historical pattern of interest from these parents of when they want to drop their kids off is between a certain window of time. And so the broader we do make those at some point, let's say there were half-hour windows, it moves one group to 8 to 8:30. And historically, Cassidy has seen that there are parents that just tend to prefer the slightly later start times. And so that's why we felt going 8:20 to 8:40 still affords that earliest group, a comfortable 8:30 drop off without having to really push it up to the earlier time.
And I mean, I've done plenty of drop off in my day. People run late or people run early because day-to-day plans change. You never know. In practice, how closely are your children able to be dropped off into that window in practice?
Yeah, so through my conversations with Cassidy, it's actually been pretty spot on within the 15-minute window over the past 6 years. I will note it is possible that somebody could, on a given day, be a little bit late or a little bit early. I would anticipate that over time that will roughly even out between the groups, right? If on average, one person per week is late, one person per week might be early, and I think those things will average out over time so that you won't have what we are trying to avoid, which is concentration in any one of those periods.
And it's not so much, it's really concentration on 26th Street, because that's my thoroughfare. I go there down twice a day on 26th Street. You're lucky that you actually are close to the traffic circle because traffic does slow down as intended by mobility, by that traffic circle. So I actually find that traffic circle to be a very safe place to cross. But that being said, the concern is bunching up on 26th Street. And I know you have Washington in California as alternatives. But I think in practice, parents are in a rush and sometimes. And I feel that spreading that drop-off window as much out as you can and still have it be commercially reasonable for your business is an important consideration for this. So I just want to say that and understand what kind of flexibility you would have to accommodate a wider window.
Understood. I think at this time, by expanding the extra 5 minutes per group, given that past experience and mobility zone analysis has shown that the 15-minute windows should be comfortable and able to operate safely, we feel that the 20-minute windows is, a conservative approach to the situation that really should operate smoothly. And again, I'll reiterate that at the end of the first year, in the conditions, it states that the plop will be reassessed. And if at that time mobility finds that the operations are not working the way they should, they could recommend that they need to increase to 30-minute windows or any other time frame. And the way that the rollout of this facility is intended, Cassidy is planning to start with just 2 groups in the fall, and then they will go to 3 groups the year after. And so there will be a very comfortable period of sort of bringing in one additional group, around 26 to 28 children total, before going up to the 36 to 40 children in the following year, which will also, enable the opportunity to observe and make sure that things are operating safely within those windows. I can guarantee all of you that the people that care more about safety than anyone else is the operators of the school and the parents. And so they definitely, if they see that these things are not being handled safely, or if mobility feels that way after 1 year, adjustments could be made.
So after 1 year, mobility will come back and re-look at the plop?
Yes.
Okay, as part of your CAP.
And after year 2.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to
Chair,
say
can I just ask a quick clarifying question following your question? Because the applicant mentioned something happening at 4 o'clock and some sort of 4 o'clock pickup, which is blurring into rush hour. But I wonder how many kids are going to get picked up at 4 and how much that lightens the load earlier in the day.
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner. The majority of the children are expected to be picked up by the 2:30 pickup time. Cassidy's anticipating that, an equivalent kind of added up between the groups of roughly one cohort, around 12 children, will remain from the 2:30 to 5 period, and the pickups will be staggered over that 2.5 hour period. So in that time, the loading spaces in front of the property will really function as the vast majority of pickup.
Thank you. We have one more question from Commissioner Reese.
I just wanted to tee off something you had said to Mr. Summers just now, is that I absolutely agree with you that the operators are going to be the ones who are the most concerned about safety. I'm going to say 99% of your parents are going to fit into that category too, but there's going to be some outliers, and they're going to be a little, for lack of a better term, they're going to be a little entitled, and they're going to take some advantage. My question is, how are you going to deal with those people over time? Because it doesn't help you, and it could potentially get you in trouble with your operation. So I'd like you to think about how you guys enforce that with some real teeth, because maybe that's something that comes up in plop review year 2 or 3. So maybe you can think about that a little bit during public comment and maybe come up with some ideas.
Understood.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for the applicant? Okay, then we're going to move into public comment. Thank you very much. I'm going to call up a handful of names. When you hear your name, please line up. Don Bishop, Elena Cohen, Darren Franks, Sarah Christian, Aubrey Sider, Ben Schneed, and Kayla Hill.
Just a quick question to the commission. Given that I believe there is over 7 commenters, you could vote to go to limit public comment from 3 minutes to 2, I believe, or you could allow the 3. Just wanted to make that aware of you all.
Do we have to do that en masse?
Yes.
Okay, for everybody.
That's up to you.
Does anybody want to make a motion to limit public comment to 2 minutes?
I thought it was 1 when it was this many people. No?
I'm okay with going to 2, but because I sense we're going to hear a lot of the same information, but to the extent somebody has a new comment, I would be willing to make some leeways. But
If somebody has new comment, we can ask questions, I think, to expand that. Okay. So,
I'll make that motion.
Can I get a second?
Limited to?
Second.
If I could just chime in, Deputy City Attorney Michelle Hugard, we do need to be uniform in the amount of time that we're providing, equal opportunity. So I just want to remind that to the commission. And the 2 minutes is part of your bylaws as sort of special conditions when there's more than 7 speakers.
Understood.
And I agree, and I take back my statement, but we can't ask questions. So
We can ask questions, and will that apply to the late chits as well?
You would, if you want to vote to allow them.
Okay, we'll let the 2 minutes apply to all speakers, even the late. Okay, so we'll take a vote on that.
Yes, we do have to do a roll call vote now.
Understood.
Commissioner Landris is involved. So a motion to move public input from 3 to 2 minutes. Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert, Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
yes.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco,
Yes.
Chair Hamilton.
Yes. Okay, first speaker, please. State your name.
My name is Eliana. I live on Princeton Street. I was born and raised there. I've been there 26 years, all of my life. And my parents have lived there since 1985. I am speaking today on behalf of my family and my neighbors to strongly oppose the conditional use permit for 1029 26th Street. Forgive me, I'm a bit nervous. My family has lived here since 1985. This is our home, a residential zone. The homeowner and the owner of the school don't live here. Expanding this facility from 12 to 40 students will completely overwhelm our infrastructure and severely impact our quality of life. My mom and I personally walked door to door, half of our 750 feet radius for the petitions. We did not then and have never encountered anyone who has used the daycare as long as it has been here. We did not reach out to friends, family, or employees to ask for letters. Only our neighbors, people who will be impacted by this zoning change. Only 2 residents said to us they didn't want to sign because it didn't affect them. Our voices should take precedence over the owner's friends who do not live in the neighborhood. We face significant unmanaged issues with the current smaller setup that proves expanding this to a commercial facility will change the character of our neighborhood. There is a critical shortage of parking on 26 and Princeton Streets. Many neighbors are seniors or disabled. On 2 street cleaning days a week, the parking is cut in half. The only crosswalk is in the busy roundabout, which I've personally almost been hit in 3 times growing up, and also have witnessed someone driving in the opposite direction on. At least twice a week, someone from the school parks in an unattended truck or van in the alley, making it difficult for us to enter and exit our driveway. In addition, the alley is a blind exit on 26th Street. Residents rely on this alley to access their driveways. Increasing drop-offs will create a severe safety hazard for vehicles and children crossing or exiting the blind alley. The current facility routinely leaves trash on the ground.
2 minutes.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. The current facility routinely leaves trash on the ground in the alley, uses neighbors' private trash cans, and piles old equipment in the alley for someone else to clean up. The ambient noise is very disruptive because the homes are so close together. We have experienced children painfully crying continuously for over an hour, causing us to check through the fence out of concern for their safety, and being told they're crying from being separated from their parents. The noise is very disruptive for those of us who work at home or just enjoy peace. On our 2nd floor, the noise seems to be amplified, and we have to close our windows. We also have witnessed adults trying to speak to the children over the alley fence. This included a child standing on something to look over the fence. Increasing the students from 12 to 40 will increase all of these safety issues. Changing this to a commercial facility will negatively impact our property values.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to note, extra time was given because someone had conceded their speaking time.
Whose name was second on this?
I had Darren Franks.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Evening, Commissioners. My name's Darren Franks. This is my son, Barnaby Franks. We live across the streets from the preschool. And I think when I think about, look, I understand there's a lot of support for the school. Obviously, the school does a good job. We believe it's the wrong location. It's not a safe location. And I strongly believe, and I see the street every day, the school is obviously wonderful, and they love the students there, but this area with 26th Street over the last 2 years, there's a lot of no left turns. So it's become like a funnel for a tremendous amount of traffic. So it's twice as busy as it was 2 years ago. That's a fact. And I see it, you don't. And then on top of that, there's construction of an 8-story building happening on Wilshire Boulevard and 26th Street. That's not going to have too much parking. That's serious construction happening in the area. That's going to affect even more traffic on 26th Street. And in addition, Santa Monica prides itself on safety. To me, like when I look for a school for my 2 children, I look for a school that is loving. Clearly, the school is a loving school. But I want my children to be safe. That area is not safe. I see cars driving by. I'm from England. We know how to use yield signs and roundabouts because we do it all the time. I'm terrified to enter that roundabout on Washington and 2060 because no one knows how to use it. People just think it's like you consider it. Someone's going to get hit by a car, and there will be blood on the hands of the school. That's what's going to happen. And if anyone talks out of line, they should be removed from here. Because you will see what will happen. This is a dangerous street. Thank you very much. I appreciate your consideration.
I want to tell you, I was smiling at your son who was adjusting the microphone, not at you.
Hello, Commissioners. I'll be brief and pointed because I know we're limited on time. I speak on behalf of the parents. My name is Sarah Christian. I am one of 7,000 people who lost my home in the Palisades fire in January 2025. Santa Monica and Playgroup House has become a refuge and a second home for me and my family. There are 3 students in our class who lost their homes. And I want to just say to Cassidy, thank you for allowing us to have a place. We needed suitable options for preschools because ours burned down in the Palisades. So this provides a need. I also want to speak to parking. No one parks in the alley. The alley is locked, so I'm not sure what that's about. There's no jaywalking. There's no jaywalking. The parents are respectful. And despite the contentiousness of tonight, Cassidy is extraordinarily respectful. She reaches out and wants to solve problems. as they arise, big or small. And she has created a very respectful parent community. There are no outliers. We are all respectful, and we will continue to be so. We want to work with the neighborhood. We want to be good neighbors and good partners with the neighborhood. One other thing I want to briefly mention, Cassidy's instituted a community service initiative for the school where we support Valentine's Day cards for local Santa Monica seniors, beach cleanup days, food bank drives for Santa Monica food banks. We are happy to be in this community and want to be good stewards of the community. So thank you for supporting the conditional use permit.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Aubrey. I have 2 kids. My daughter currently attends the playgroup house and will be enrolled in the fall. We are Santa Monica residents and are raising our kids in this amazing community. We wanted to play a video of some other playgroup families who had some words and thoughts to share.
Hi, my name's Kayla Hill. I'm a Santa Monica resident. And this is my son Jackson. He goes to playgroup and we walk to playgroup every day. It's so nice for us to be able to walk there, and we will continue to do so next year and hopefully the year following. We love having it so close and being able to walk.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Fredis, and this is Enzo. We're Santa Monica residents, and we live just about a block from the playgroup house. We're able to walk there, which has been a wonderful part of our daily routine. Having high-quality early childhood programs right in the neighborhood is an incredible resource. We strongly support Playgroup's application and hope you'll approve it.
I love you!
We love Playgroup.
We love Playgroup!
Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, I'm Haley. I have a 2.5-year-old son, Wynn, who has been a student at Playgroup House since he was 11 months old. We started with their Caregiver and Me program, and then he's been in the 2 school for this last year, and we started the preschool in the fall. Part of the joy of Playgroup House is that it's in Santa Monica, it's in our community. We can walk to school every day or ride a bike with Wynn in the back. And it's just been such a core part of our experience here and kind of the center of the community we've built. It's, to be honest, what's kept us Santa Monica residents instead of moving to be closer to family on the East Coast. We just couldn't imagine our life here without it and without the wonderful people who run it and who care for our child.
Thank you very much.
How's it going? My name is Ben Schneid. I'm a Santa Monica resident. My daughter Ayla has attended the Playgroup House for the past year, and she will attend the 26th Street location next year. And I had some prepared remarks, but I think it's worth looking out at the crowd at all of the Santa Monica residents who are here, all of whom have children. And we felt it necessary to hire a babysitter and make sure we show our support here tonight, because that's the value that this has to our community, that we feel it's so important we need to come and show our faces here. And I think if that's not a community service, I'm really not sure what is. Like, molding young minds, making sure that they're happy, they're loved, is one of the most important things that any community needs. And it's what this community needs. I, for one, walk my daughter to school every single day. Contrary to some of the comments made in the room, I'm totally capable of crossing streets. I'm college educated. I have a job. I can do that with safety, have done for the past year, have high confidence in myself to continue that in the coming years, and I think most people are capable of doing that. It seems rather silly that there's all these questions about it. We're adults. I have 2 children, 1 3, 1 1-year-old. We're high functioning. All of these parents are high functioning. We're totally capable of doing it. And this community benefits so greatly from it, and it's important to note that we found the school through other Santa Monica community members. They said, "This is a great school. My kid is so happy here." And so we brought and enrolled our daughter in the school while my wife was 40 weeks pregnant with our son. And we were nervous and scared to put our daughter in a new environment. And she went in the shy, fearful kid, and now she is just brimming with life, a full imagination. This is what we want for our kids. I think anyone would want that. And even the people who came in opposition tonight, I'd ask you, you have children. You want them to be loved. You want them to be happy. You want them to be fulfilled. This is a school that does that, and I would ask that you acknowledge our right as residents to have that experience just like you have.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kayla Hill. I am a Santa Monica resident. My oldest son, Jackson, goes to playgroup. I also have a younger son, Henry, who will go to playgroup. We live a block away. We walk every day, and I just wanted to play a short clip of other families who live in the community who really value it as a resource and are so grateful for playgroup to be in the neighborhood.
I've been a Santa Monica resident now for 10 to 11 years. Of the almost 5 years I've been a parent, Playgroup House has been a really active part of our lives. Community's been really active part of our lives. We started going there when my eldest daughter turned 1 about 4 years ago. We've always walked there for the last 4 years. Now our younger daughter attends. So we did baby group, 2s, then baby group with the second, and then 2s again with our youngest. We've actually been consistently part of the Playgroup House community actively for the last 4 years. It's just been like such a beacon or star on our parenting journey. We've walked there forever because we live on Stamford Street, just a few blocks east of Playgroup House. For us, it's just really been such an anchor. We've built relationships there. Cass and Elisa are amazing, and just being able to have somewhere we could walk in our community to have that connection and send our children to school has just been invaluable.
Hey there, my name's Ursula Gwynn, and I am the mother of Allegra Ruth, who attends Playgroup House. She is nearly 3 and has been going there for the past year or so. We live at 722 17th Street in Santa Monica, and we walk Eggie to school, Allegra to school most mornings. And it's like a gorgeous 15 to 20 minute walk through our neighborhood to get her to school and to pick her up each day. And that was a huge part of us wanting to live in this neighborhood and loving that school in particular, this idea that we could have a little walk to school each morning instead of being in the car. Cassidy has created such a gorgeous place at Playgroup House.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call another round of names, if you can come up and line up. Tracy Berry, Leela Seidingen, Zara Meyer, Vicki Smith, Linda Valonis, and Allison Kennedy.
My name is Tracy Berry. I'm a Santa Monica resident. I have 2 daughters, pregnant with our 3rd. I keep just having kids because we never want to leave Playgroup House. I wanted to speak because I've heard concerns raised about the unsafe parking and traffic around Playgroup House. And that simply has not been my experience as a parent. Anyone who knows me knows health and safety is my #1 priority. Nothing is more important to me than my children's safety. If I believed that drop-off or pickup was unsafe or that school wasn't taking those concerns seriously, I would never send my children there. Instead, I've actually found the opposite to be true. From the very beginning, Playgroup House has made it clear that safety and being a good neighbor are priorities. At orientation, every parent is instructed not to jaywalk, not to block driveways or traffic, and to be respectful of the surrounding neighborhood. Those expectations don't stop there. We receive regular emails, reminders, and staff reinforce those expectations during pickup and drop-off. As one of the room parents, I'm constantly reminding others. The school consistently communicates with parents because they genuinely care about safety and the children, about being a positive part of the neighborhood. I also want to speak about how important the Playgroup House is to Santa Monica. High quality early child education is incredibly valuable and becoming harder and harder for parents to find. I can't even describe to you the magic my daughter gets to experience on a daily basis. It's more than a preschool. It's a place where families build friendships, children develop confidence, and parents know their children are safe and cared for, above and beyond. I hope you'll not only consider the concerns that have been raised, but also the many families whose lives have been positively impacted by Playgroup House. From my perspective, it's a safe, responsible, and incredibly valuable part of Santa Monica community.
Thank you.
I attended Franklin Elementary, Lincoln Middle School, Santa Monica High School, SMC, and then SC. My name is Layla Sedigan, and I have lived across at 1040 26th Street for more than 26 years. During the past 6 years, I've seen many changes in our neighborhood, but I've also experienced firsthand the impact this preschool already has on our street. For that reason, I respectfully ask you deny the request to double its enrollment from 12 to 40. My biggest concern is the impact that this expansion will have on parking, safety, and traffic. Our neighborhood is already experiencing parking demand that exceeds what the street can reasonably accommodate. Residents from nearby apartment buildings, particularly around 26th Street and Wilshire, frequently rely on parking along our block. Our one-lane street is overwhelmed during drop-off and pickup times. In the past and currently, cars line the streets and compete for every parking space, mainly on 26th Street, Washington, and California. I myself have had my driveway blocked several times as I was trying to leave my residence. However, by the time I call parking enforcement, the parents leave. With parents arriving even at staggered times, curbside drop-off can only be accommodated by a couple of cars. Every other parent must find a parking space, exit their vehicle, walk their child into the facility, and then walk back. More than doubling enrollment doesn't just mean 28 more children. It means dozens of additional vehicles, trips every day. Even when staggered, there will be more congestion, more parking problems, and more disruption for people who actually live here. It is also important to look at the bigger picture. The new apartment development at 26th Street in Wilshire will bring even more residents and demand for street parking. These projects don't exist in isolation. I also ask you to consider the character of. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Zara. I've lived on 26th Street my entire life, and I have witnessed the consequences of this operation on our neighborhood and our street. Personally, I have read every single letter that they have of support, and I would like to make it note that 45 of those letters that include addresses are not from Santa Monica addresses. Addresses from Venice, Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Marina del Rey. Addresses that do not see the consequences of this building on the regular. I'm asking because the majority of residents that they are trying to use our streets for parking, like California, Harvard, Washington, 26, do not agree with this. They are in opposition because it means more harm and more traffic to their streets. And for safety, the parking in which the staff, gardeners, and parents have parked personally in front of my driveway and my garage for periods longer than an hour, in which I have called the city and I have talked to parents, and they have refused to move for up to 10 minutes while taking their children in and out of the car. We've also submitted photos in our letters to the planning committee of these violations in our neighborhood. Parents are also walking across 26th Street with and without holding their children's hands, which is an extreme safety concern considering the fact that there have been multiple car accidents on our street. It is a very busy street. For the roundabout, people do not frequently stop. I am 5'10", and I have multiple times had cars almost hit me. I fret for my safety, and more importantly, I fret for the safety of these young children, even with their parents, potentially getting hit. I don't want to see children being hit. As for the alley, it is open. I have seen parents, staff members drive up and down as a shortcut. And I have also been in a car with someone while a child ran out, and there is a blind spot, ran out without their parent, and we've had to brake hard because we don't want to hit a child. With this, adding more children, and I support them wanting to walk, but that means more children that could potentially be hit. Thank you.
Thank you. No applause, please.
Greetings.
Thank you.
My name is Vicki Smythe, and I live on 1019 26th Street, 2 doors down from the preschool. Council members, this has been extremely stressful for all of us residents within the 750 feet. We've gathered 86 signatures, and these are within the 750 feet that oppose this because of the inconveniences of the parking. In front of my house, there's been so many times that I cannot even, if I wait a second or two or hover in the alley, the women, the mothers dropping their children will be, after they've dropped, they've come back and they're on their phones. I still can't park in front of my house. I appeal to you as homeowners in a residential one, an R1, and I appeal to the parents of this lovely preschool. Nobody's arguing that this preschool isn't fabulous. If this was your home, if this was your parents' home, if this was your grandparents' home, knowing the stress, the mental impact it's caused. And even the physical. I have a few residents on our street that have had to up their blood pressure medication because it's been that stressful. Oh, that's funny. Oh, you're funny. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, please don't laugh. That was rude.
Oh, my gosh.
And it's not a dialogue with them, ma'am. You're talking to us.
Okay, I'm
so just
sorry.
ignore
But
that.
I was talking with them because I wanted to say if it's.
Not in this forum.
Okay, I apologize. I thank you. The mental and physical impact on our health, our quality of life, the property values. We've lived here almost 3 decades. It's just not fair. It's an R1. There are plenty of commercial real estate properties out there for this beautiful, wonderful play school to go to and not negatively impact the residents here. That's it. Thank you for listening. Yes.
Do you live in a preferred parking district?
Yes.
So what are people doing parking in front of your house?
Well, they're dropping, and then they come back, and they're on their phones, and I still can't park, and I've got groceries, and I have to drive around to Washington, park there.
But the part of 26th Street is a preferred parking district?
It's 2 hour, 2 hour.
2 hours free,
yes.
but otherwise preferred
Yes.
parking?
Yes.
I guess
Thank you for your time.
you're the
Yeah.
second person who brought it up, so I want to ask, do you guys have any, is there any evidence of the property value issue?
No, but there's research shows that.
Well, that's what I'm
that
asking. Is there
I don't,
research?
oh, there is in my letter to you, yes. I've written 3 very extensive letters, and I didn't want to bore you tonight because I really wanted to appeal to everybody's sensibility and compassion regarding this huge impact on us. I'm happy to forward it to you directly so you could see there's peer-reviewed research evidence showing elevated noise can cause you're at higher risk for dementia and property values will decrease. Yes.
Okay.
I have it. May I email you, Commissioner?
If you have it here?
Not
if you've
here,
already
right
sent
here.
it to us?
I'm happy to send it. It's in your
Okay, then I will reread it.
I hope so.
Or I'll
Thank you.
review it.
Thank you for your time.
I'm Linda Balonis, and I happen to be one of the property owners adjacent to this facility.
Can you pull the mic a little closer to you? Thank you.
Want me to start again? No. Linda Balonis, I live adjacent to this property. And I know that she mentioned that nobody has complained. Well, nobody has been introduced to her. She has not ever come around in the 6 years to talk to the residents, tell us where we can go complain. All we know is they come in and out, and they're sort of just keeping us. When they first showed up, they were sort of like a shadow operations. We didn't even know what they were. Was it a residential person? And later on, we find it's a daycare. And so the fact they haven't really interacted, she says she sent a letter, and in there she even states, well, it's been 6 years. And I thought, wow, yeah, now you're reaching out because you want something. That's sort of disgusting to me. And I'm the one who is taking the brunt of it, besides the one right behind me. We're right there at the line. There's a 6-foot block wall. There's nothing else to stop that noise from coming over. Where their house is, it's an L-shaped one. My house is over here. The noise comes right over. And honestly, it is so loud. It gives me the headache. I go in because I can't stay outside. I want my fresh air. I want my garden. I want my freedom. And I'm being ruined by it because they don't quite let the kids down. I hear the teachers talking to them. Ooh, do you need to go potty now? Well, I don't need to hear this, but that's exactly what happens. If they bring them in, they're out there for hours, and they bring them in for lunch. Oh, but they sit on the patio, so they're up. The noise stirs it all up. But I'm going to back up to something really quickly. I questioned why they're even being, it's a commercial thing, but I noticed that a family daycare home, it states in the regulations, that must be in a residential and must be allowed, but also must be licensed with an operator as a full-time resident of that home. That has not occurred. No one has ever lived there in those 6 years. And so that to me is a violation of the basic law.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Have you ever gone next door and knocked on the door?
Nope. But I know people who have, and they've been rude to them.
But you
so
said
they
that she
walk
didn't
away.
approach you. Did you ever think of going next door and talking to her?
I only talked to her over the fence once. That was it. But new business, you would think you'd get out, you're kind of like merge with the neighborhood. You would make some effort to merge with the neighborhood.
Commissioner Reese, did you have a question? Okay, sorry.
Hi there. Thanks for having me. My name is Allison Kennedy. I live with my 3 children who are outside acting a little rowdy, and my husband adjacent to the daycare. I'm a physician in Santa Monica, and I've had the unfortunate privilege of taking care of people who were hit by motor vehicles. I honestly don't even really feel safe living right there and loading my own children into the car. It's a really busy street. There's a busy bike lane. It's really crowded in the morning. It's really crowded at night during rush hour. I've definitely seen bad behavior. I mean, I'm a parent who takes my kid to school, so I know that I'm in a rush to get to work. I stop. I say, kids, my kids go to a school a little further away. Kids get out of the car. Mom's got to go. I've seen similar things happen in front of my house. Parents in a hurry. I've seen double parking, taking U-turns, little kids scurrying around cars. If your car seat is next to traffic, it's really hard to get your kids in and out. So I worry about my own kids inadvertently getting hit when I'm loading them in and out of the car in the morning and at night by parents who are coming in. I also worry about the other parents' kids. I mean, my kids are the same age as their kids. I know some of those parents. It's a beautiful preschool, but there are other beautiful preschools. There's a great one, Montana preschool that's just, a block away, right on 26th and Wilshire. There's another one operated by the same group, another block down. My kids go to Franklin. There's a plethora, in my opinion, of good preschools that I've entertained for my own children. And so I just don't understand why we would put a preschool in a place where we know the traffic is very busy and there's risk of harm to children, not only children who live right in that community, but children who are attending the preschool. So thank you for considering those thoughts.
Thank you. Okay, we have a handful of other folks. Please come up when you hear your name. Nancy Zellon, Serenia Matute, Bridget Barnett, and Daniel Bleiberg. Is that right? Bleiberg.
Hi, thank you for having us. My name is Nancy Zelon. I've been a resident in Santa Monica for 36 years. My kids went to Roosevelt, Lincoln, and Samo High. I've been a preschool teacher in early childhood education for 20 years. I met Cassidy at maybe 12 years ago at another preschool. And then I've been at the playgroup house for 5 years. I was going to not talk about this, but since everyone's really talking about the parking, in the 5 years that I've been there, the house adjacent to us was under construction. It was another house when we started. It was under construction. Across the street, there was 2 more houses. So there are so many construction trucks on the street that really no one has addressed yet, which takes up a lot. I've actually, I ride my bike. I walk to school. But the parking is crazy in the mornings with the construction people. But anyway, I've loved working there. She's actually a great, great boss. And I think that the families, what I love about it is the neighborhood. I go to the farmer's market or Whole Foods and I see some of the families that, live in the community. So it's a really community school. And my favorite thing about working there is to see the friendships that the families make that last a lifetime. And it's just really a great thing. My oldest kid is 35. I'm starting to see his friends come to our school, but I'm also seeing a lot of his friends and my other daughters that there aren't enough early childhood education facilities in Santa Monica, and they're always looking for more. A lot of them have closed up. A lot of them in the Palisades have burnt down. So we have a lot more people, looking for schools. But this is a great thing about having a neighborhood school. That's all.
Good evening. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Serenia Matute. I'm a resident of Santa Monica, here representing the Santa Monica Early Childhood Task Force. I also happen to live on 26th Street. I live 1 block away from the site that's been, I live very close to both sites. And so I'm here just to briefly summarize the task force's support letter for the record. We urge you to approve the CUP and allow the playgroup to expand. Look, we say we want to be family friendly. We say we want to be small business friendly, and we want to serve the residents. Well, some of those residents happen to be Santa Monicans under 5. I call them SMUFs. Which means we need childcare programs, and they should be located where the kids live. As we've already established with Stephanie, this is allowed in the R1 zone. There is urgency, as far as I'm concerned. Garden of Angels, which was 6 blocks away, that closed. And then last week, we found out another preschool is closing. They gave 10 days notice. Bad business practice. But so those families are now scrambling for care. And so I understand the neighbors have concerns, and I fully support the provision of the Good Neighbor Agreement, although I also support Modification 19. Look, I did family marketing. I did, during peak COVID, I did enrollment marketing for my family childcare because I really wanted her to stay open. And I also served on the board of a nonprofit preschool. It is really hard to find good locations for this kind of service. I think we got incredibly lucky that the property owner at 1029 was amenable to renting to Cassidy. And so thank you very much for your consideration.
Saranya,
Yes.
hi.
Hi, Leslie.
Given your expertise in this, do you think that the closing of preschools has anything to do with the TK curriculum that's now being offered for free?
I think it's complicated. Anecdotally, what I understand is, yes, there's been fluctuations, right? There are preschools that have closed, and some of them do cite the expansion of universal transitional kindergarten. What I will say, though, is after having spoken with Cassidy and gotten to know her program more, I find it really intriguing that we see these market changes, but her program is thriving. She has families that want to stay. I guess the original premise of the business was you go there, you do the play group, you do and then go on to another preschool. But those families, they build, you've heard it. They talk about the community they built. They don't want to leave. And so I found it really reassuring and encouraging that we have this provider in our community that wants to expand and wants to grow. This is a good thing.
Did Wilshire go there?
Wilshire did not go there. Wilshire went to a family-based daycare on Yale Street that unfortunately closed down, and then he went to Hillendale. We consider ourselves, so we live right next to lots of childcare, and we consider ourselves having access to the childcare and having been part of the task force. I understand we were beneficiaries of leadership taken by past older civic leaders, and having access to the childcare that we could walk to figured prominently in our decision to stay where we are, to stay in Santa Monica, and it's just part of the quality of life. I'm really grateful that there are other families here in the Wilmont, north of Montana, north of Northeast Neighbors area, that they have something that they can access as well.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, thanks.
Hi, my name is Bridget Bartlett. I have 2 children, Hayes and Luke. Luke went to a playgroup house a couple years ago. Hayes is currently a scholar there. I had some prepared remarks, but I just want to address things head on. Safety. I am a nervous person. I am a researcher. That's my job. I am maniacal about safety. And for me, playgroup house was by far the safest option. I live about 1,000 feet from the school. I live on 25th in Idaho, which is actually right the drop off of Franklin. So I understand what it's like to be right by a school and the considerations. I also work on 26th Street, so I do that commute every single day. My husband and I work about 60 to 80 hours a week in an office away from our children. We needed a place to find that they could be walk to school, so they walk with our nanny who doesn't drive. My older son has a health issue. I need to be able to get to him immediately. These are safety things. The other thing is the intent, and sorry, intentionality. Cassidy is the most intentional person I've ever had the pleasure of working with. She has taught us pedestrian safety. She has taught, like, every time we go around that circle, I put my hand out and make sure that they acknowledge that they see us. Safety is paramount. The other aspect, it's not an accident that the structure looks like a house. It has created a home. It's created a community. These are 2-year-olds, so it's filling a gap where a lot of kids don't have options because of their birth dates. So they're going to school for the first time. Having something that feels like a home, both the structure and the warmth of the facility, is so important. For me, it also feels safer because it's nondescript. I feel good. They go through those gates, and I just can't tell you enough what it's meant for our family, our community. Many of my best friends are here today, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daniel Blyberg, and I live at 1050 26th Street, which is across the street and a little bit further down the block. I'm far enough away that I probably won't feel any effects of the noise or anything like that, but I do want to kind of share some of my experience of living on 26th Street for 26 years now. We've had 3 cars hit, and 2 out of the 3 were demolished while parked on 26th Street. One was during the day. Somebody was looking with their phone and sideswiped our car. They skidded out onto 26th Street and turned around. Fortunately, nobody was coming to kill them. I have 3 kids who went to preschool in Santa Monica. My kids went to Franklin, Lincoln, and Samo, and none of them were in as dangerous a location as this is. My kids went to Pier, Marine Park, and 2 others. But anyway, they're all just much more appropriate, the Growing Place and one other, they're all just much more appropriate locations. I have seen, not often, but I have seen it, parents jaywalking across 26th Street. I couldn't believe it. A person's holding one child and another by the hand. And I think they're crazy. But anyway, it's going to happen, and it's going to happen with more frequency than it is now. The idea that somebody is going to park in their driveway, you're crazy too, to try to back out onto 26th Street. Somebody drives into the driveway to park, drop off their kids, and then drive out. It's going to be impossible. With all the parked cars, you can see what's going on. The circle is much, much better than it was before when there was no circle, but you still have to be extremely careful crossing the street at the crosswalk because people are not looking for pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more late chit that came in. Can I have a motion?
I'll move to hear the late chit for 2 minutes.
Okay, and a second? Okay, voice vote.
Got to do a roll call.
Didn't we already agree to hear late chits?
One just came in right now.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yeah.
Commissioner, that was a yes. Commissioner Lambert? Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Chair Hamilton?
Yes, and we will give 1 minute to this late chit.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I'm sorry I didn't get here earlier. I was at my program in an R1 meeting with parents and just got out. So I'm here because obviously I have experience with you all. It was in 2017, I believe I was here. I don't know that you've had many people come to you for the same kind of a CUP request of having a center in an R1 since 2017. And I'd like that to sort of sit with you all to know that there are not people rushing to do what the person who is asking for the CUP today to do. There's probably no time to go into those reasons, but it's not changing the landscape in any significant way to do this. I would like to address that there has, It was told to me at one point that people who were against me having a center on a residential street were concerned about their property value. And I am really mostly here to say I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but I get the emails that other property owners receive from Redfin, Zillow, and the value of the property that was purchased for our center has increased approximately 40%, and I can't think of a better investment. So I want to reassure anyone who's opposing this project based on it lowering their property values that that point, as far as I'm concerned, is moot. You are so fortunate to own property or be a renter in this wonderful city of ours that gets better all the time. Thank you.
We have a question.
You're an operator of the Delaware site?
Yes, sir.
Am I to understand?
Yes.
Fantastic. Talk to me a little bit about how the community has received your use. There was a lot of opposition. It
Yes.
actually even started somebody's political career, I believe. But that just a side note, so giving people out there an opportunity to have something to do in the future. But tell me about how it's been received. Are you getting a lot of complaints? And I would ask you to try to
Yeah.
be as forthright as possible about that.
Absolutely.
And specifically, my bigger concern is the noise than anything else. So
Yes.
how are you working with, how is that being addressed, and what kind of complaints are you seeing from your neighbors?
Well, so you all know that our approval was appealed and we had to go through a process to the city council. And somebody on the dais said, paraphrasing, I look forward to the day when your neighbors on your avenue bring their children to your preschool. And I'm very happy to say that that has started to happen. And we have, I want to say 5 or more right now out of our current 15 who are there. We're licensed for 20, who walk because they live a block or 2 away. But it's not only those families, it's the families in 90405. We even have one family in 90402. They, as you've heard some of the others say, are so grateful for the community that it's created. I don't want to avoid the noise question. Children have the right to have their voices heard. You're not going to have me hear anything else from me. So some people are totally fine with hearing children's sounds, and some people don't like it. As far as complaints, the only person who continues to occasionally complain is our immediate next door neighbor, and they work out of their home. So their business is operating there, and they have found some ways around it, and occasionally they get angry pants. So that's the truth of what's happened. Our neighbor on the other side is also now elderly, but has a really good positive attitude about it and rarely has a complaint. So did that answer? I forgot. Did you ask anything else?
Yeah, I appreciate what you told me. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. You said you're licensed, and I saw in the applicant slide as well, you're licensed for 20.
Yes, that's determined by the size. That's determined by licensing.
Okay.
That's not just come up with a number and go for it.
Okay, because my next question is what's the maximum number of children that you could accommodate in your square footage per the state guidelines?
Yeah, I think it was going to be like 23 or so, but we didn't want to go over a certain number because at the time, I don't know what the current restrictions are, that would have clicked in a need for an additional parking. So we held it at 20.
Okay.
And we were at 18 last year. We're at 15 this year. Not sure yet. We still have a little space for next year. So I realized, it's different. And also the property itself is 6,500 square feet. The building is about 1,500 square feet.
Okay.
Just for your info.
It's about 1,000 square feet smaller. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a little bit of PTSD coming, but I'm really hoping that this process goes well for everyone involved. And I came really because we need to be a child-friendly city. Come on.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move into Planning Commissioner discussion. Oh, sorry. Where are we at? You could come in. You may have a rebuttal.
Yeah, they get 3 minutes unless they deferred any of their time from their original 15 to save for the rebuttal. I'm not sure if they had any time left. They got 4 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you, commissioners. I'll do my best to be brief. I do want to just start by saying thank you to everyone that came out tonight. It's amazing to see a community that is so engaged and supportive of something like this school going into this neighborhood. I'll do my best to touch on every one of the comments that were raised. I've kind of grouped them into specific sections. First, Commissioner Reese, I do want to respond to your comment from earlier about enforcement. I've spoken with Cassidy. She is agreeable to adding a condition of approval for a 3 strikes policy, effectively, for anyone that violates the conditions of the plop in terms of location of parking or parking and blocking someone's driveway or jaywalking. I've sent the exact language of that to Stephanie, and we can share that momentarily. I want to keep going to get to the other comments, though. A topic that was definitely discussed is shortage of parking. I just want to reiterate the Mobility Division has run a very thorough analysis to confirm that this proposed school can be safely and properly parked between 26th, Washington, and California. They've done an analysis. This is not just guesswork. They've had cars parked to evaluate and have determined that it will work. And we are proposing to make those drop-off times even more conservative with the 20-minute spaces that I volunteered previously. Additionally, with the loading space and guidance from the school to community members to actually use the space in front of the driveway, parking of other spots within the community should actually lessen, or parking in other spots in the community should actually lessen once these things are implemented, which is great. Somebody mentioned the alley. The alley is not allowed to be used for pickup and drop off. The only exceptions to that are student with disabilities or for extreme inclement weather, although the school honestly doesn't even anticipate that they would really likely utilize it in that case. It is occasionally used for drop-off of materials, but the school tries to do those things within the driveway whenever possible. In terms of safety, I believe that past experience is the best predictor of future success. There has been a daycare in this space with parents bringing their students across the street at the crosswalk for the past 6 years, and there has not been one incident noted within that time period. The school takes safety extremely seriously, as evidenced by so many of the parents who actually spoke about how the school talks to them and provides notice of where they should park, of how they should be crossing the street at the crosswalk. So I think it's been clearly shown tonight by the community that the school takes this seriously and that it is not just something that's communicated, amongst the leadership of the school, but is communicated to their community. Next, there was a comment from a community member about their driveway being blocked. Cassidy and the school have not received that comment from anyone in the past. We do not believe that that is happening, but what I would say to the community is, to the extent that it does happen in the future, reach out. Cassidy is available. The one time that that happened in the past, she herself figured out whose car it was, got it moved within a matter of minutes, and as I mentioned in my initial presentation, that neighbor actually supported our request this evening. Lastly, in terms of outreach, there was an individual that mentioned that nobody has been in contact with her, but Cassidy did mention that she's been in touch with that neighbor in the past, that they have had some conversations. Additionally, Cassidy dropped letters in each of these neighbors' mailboxes, including that neighbor's, offering to meet leading up to this hearing, and nobody took her up on that offer. And so ultimately, what I think is important to note here is hopefully this can be a turning point. And these neighbors and members of the community know that Cassidy and the leadership of the school are here. They want to hear from you if you have constructive feedback, and they will listen to that and do their best to be responsible neighbors. We respectfully request that you approve this conditional use permit this evening. Thank you for your time.
I have a couple questions. What?
Yes, Commissioner.
I just want to get this straight. My understanding is that you have 7 staff And conceivably, someone could be parking in the driveway. One of them walks. So you basically have a net of 5 staff people who are going to be using parking on an all-day basis in that area.
That is correct.
And it's your feeling that there's enough street availability for that to happen. Also, I find this whole experience kind of surreal. I mean, I'm hearing these complaints from people that apparently you've never heard. Is that correct? I mean, other than the state inspector visiting you, this is the first time you've ever heard that people were having problems. And I just want to suggest that maybe you guys need to communicate better. I mean, whether it's the neighborhood coming to you and knocking on your door or whatever it takes, because this is very odd that these people are complaining and it's the first you've heard about it. So you can't really expect her to respond if she doesn't know about it. But thank you.
Commissioner, okay. Any questions? I have a question. So I just want to clarify, how many enrolled students do you have as of today?
At this moment, this year, there are 11. They've had anywhere between, I think, 10 to 14 over the past 6 years.
Okay, so there's only 11 current students enrolled. Because I think there's a little bit of a disconnect where there's only 11 student or children, but a lot of community support coming from a lot of parents. Are these currently enrolled parents or?
So, yeah, it's a combination. So there are currently enrolled parents. Keep in mind, there are 2 locations, right? And they're both Santa Monica locations. The other location is about 2 blocks away.
Okay.
And so there are parents who are involved in the playgroup house that are supporting the playgroup house in their application this evening, many of whom are actually, have their kids either this year or in past years at this specific location.
Okay. For 11.
And, sorry, Cassidy wanted to clarify.
I just wanted to clarify, we have 11 currently enrolled in the morning and 10 currently enrolled in the afternoon. They're not there at the same time.
Okay. Okay, so 21 total. Got it. All right. So that's how the licensing works in a way. This is more of a staff question, that if you're licensed for 14, it's not a cap, it's just 14 at the site at any given time?
I'm not 100% sure on that, but I know there is a requirement that the cap is 35 square feet of the facility is what gets you to the total number of enrollment. It wouldn't surprise me if that would be then at any one time on the site, but I don't know if it means total enrollment throughout the day.
Okay.
I have one more question.
And ultimately, it's a state. Ultimately, it's a state law requirement that dictates, how many kids can be on the site, maybe at any one given time or a totality. So they would need to still comply with their state requirements.
Then I'll ask that question of the applicant. How does that licensing work? If you're licensed for 14, is that a head count cap for the day, or can you stagger them in 2 groups?
You can stagger it, correct?
You can stagger it. It's just at the same time.
Got it. Okay. Commissioner Lambert?
There's been a lot of noticing or commenting on the fact that you've got letters from Los Angeles, which doesn't bother me in the slightest, because we really don't have a drawbridge at the border of Santa Monica. Is it a safe assumption that a lot of these people actually work in Santa Monica and are using your center even though they live in LA? That seems logical.
It's absolutely a fair assumption. It's the truth that a lot of these people may not live in Santa Monica, but commute. I do want to note, though, over 60 of our support letters are from Santa Monica residents.
I know they are.
So while we have just a very large number of support letters in total, and a portion of those are not from Santa Monica residents, but many of those do work in
But the LA
city.
people generally work in Santa Monica, which makes sense. They drop their kids off on the way to work, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I jump in the queue?
We have Commissioner Reese has his hand up.
Okay, couple questions for you. You had suggested earlier something about a 4 p.m. end time. Can you expand on what you're meaning by that, please?
That was for use of the outdoor space. I don't have the list of conditions up with me here right now, but it does say that outdoor can be until 5 p.m. The school would still run until 5 p.m. It's okay to operate until then, but from 4 to 5, it would have to be indoor. So we are okay with voluntarily revising that condition to end the outdoor time at 4 p.m.
Okay.
It'd be condition number 4.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Organized activities. Would you ever have organized activities out in, I mean, this is right to this point. There's also this thing about having access till sunset in the back. And you just told me you really are not going to have anything organized after 4, so I'm not sure we really need to hold on to the sunset provision, do we?
Yeah, I would agree with that, specifically for the outdoor space. We're okay limiting it.
Only talking about the outdoor space.
We're okay limiting it to 4 p.m.
Okay. And then could you, the staff report twice or at least twice tells me that you guys focus on 2 to 3 year olds, but then you have an age range from 2 to 5. That doesn't compute to me. So
yeah, so actually the school currently is 2 to 3 year olds at this location. It is intended to be for 2 to 5 year olds in the proposed operation.
Rumor has it the biggest need is from 0 to 3. Have you guys thought about expanding the other way?
It's a great question. That requires a separate license altogether to have infant and toddlers. And at this time, this space doesn't really currently allow for all of the cribs that are required.
Okay. I want to say that, so you've agreed to the 4 p.m. and you've expanded drop-off times. You potentially would include a 3 strikes if the commission thinks that's important. Neighborhood contact, I hear neighbors upset, concerned, and they're saying they've complained, but they're complaining to the city, so they're not aware of you. And I see that bothers you. I think that this is more of a statement. I think you need to have contact with those people proactively. This is my number. This is how you have to address me. I think that would solve some of your neighborhood concerns. I'm going to stop right now. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Chaco?
Thank you. Just a quick question. There's already a condition that speaks to annual review of the plop. I'm curious what your thoughts are on extending that to cover a few other aspects of the operation that may also be something worthy of review, just to make sure that there aren't any unforeseen issues that weren't addressed.
We'd be open to hearing what you have in mind specifically, but I will note, if an operation is not in compliance with specific conditions of approval, that is grounds for revocation of permits and the conditional use permit itself. So I do think there is a mechanism for the city to enforce if an operator is not complying with these conditions. The reason for the revisions to the plop is that mobility, traffic patterns can vary over time. Things can change. And so that is something in particular that there is a real interest and reason for reviewing at the 1 and 2 year marks.
Understood. Thank you. If I could follow up with a question for staff, could you speak very briefly on the mechanism for revocation of a CUP?
It's more if they are not in compliance with any other conditions of approval, it would be a code enforcement issue where they would review.
I think for clarity, though, that when it comes to land use matters, issue a permit. I mean, it is not, just very honest, permits are not easy to revoke, right? So I think if there is concern with respect to compliance, I think there were some suggestions, I guess, if you will, with respect to, we can share thoughts about how you might want to address that, in prior conditions with respect to childcare, or even other CUPs. We required compliance reports and things like that, that kind of determine like compliance with conditions and, reports of complaints and things like that. And it could be referred to the Planning Commission. So what actually happens is, certainly there are enforcement proceedings and that, unclear how that would result, but typically the condition speaks to, if there are found to be issues with compliance in the future, the director could bring it back to the commission really to adjust conditions of approval to address or mitigate some of the compliance issues, that might rise from that. Some other examples have been, I think we've heard like revisit of the plot, but also, in terms of the concern over number of enrollment, right? It could be something tied to that, like it's sort of staggered, if you will, over time, to be able to see kind of, how it operates, as it grows over time. So those are just some ideas. But generally, because it's a land use permit, once you issue a CUP, it does run with the land. And, the revocation process is, it's a sort of typical like enforcement proceeding.
Sure, and I'll chime in. There are some procedures that talk about revocation in 937. There are specific findings that have to be made. They're usually pretty egregious behavior, but there is a remedy if it's necessary.
Oh, Sean, Commissioner Landris, did you have a question?
Just to clarify some things, and I want to make sure you're amenable to these. I believe I saw in the letter from the Early Childhood Task Force that you'd already agreed to be connected with Connections for Children in order to facilitate vouchers. So the STOA currently says you're encouraged. I'm wondering if we can update with your agreement the project description to say that you've agreed to that.
When you say agreed to it, what exact agreed to have those conversations and engage with them productively? Or
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because it says in the STOA we're encouraging you to do it, but you've already said you're going to do it. So
yes,
the place to acknowledge that is in the project description, because you're essentially volunteering to be in touch with them. I am wondering if we can. I'm working my head around the mobility issues, to be very direct. And I am mindful, and there's a question here. I am mindful of hearing from folks in the community, and I'm also mindful of hearing from parents who say, we know, how to manage our kids. I'm also mindful that this is a different age group that's coming in, and 3, 4, 5-year-olds can behave differently from 2 and 3-year-olds. Can you talk a little bit more about, and I know it's in the report, but I want to get this on the record, how you are sort of ramping up enrollment by age group? Let's say you get approval tonight. What does next year look like? What does the year after look like? And the reason that I'm asking that question is because if you're telling me you're going to 40 tomorrow, which I don't think you are, I'm really uncomfortable with that, given what we know about that stretch of road. But if you're saying you're going to be ramping it up and we're going to be doing this plop, analysis every year, then I could get a little bit more comfortable with the idea of like, okay, we're adding 12 kids and we're going to see how it goes and we're going to respond immediately.
Absolutely. So the group that is at the 1029 26th Street location currently will be staying for next year. And then one additional group will be welcomed in at the 2-year-old age. So we will be starting with 2 groups, somewhere in the range of 24 to 28 students anticipated in that first year of operations.
Forgive me, in the 2-year-old age.
I want to make it clarifying. So the current group that is there, those are the 3-year-olds, and they are, moving on to the 4-year-olds, and we want to welcome a group of 3-year-olds, not 2.
So you'll next year you'd have a group of 3 and a group of 4.
Correct, and then not welcoming a TK group at all next year, and then the older group would be the next year as they grow.
And we're talking about 12 4-year-olds and 12 3-year-olds.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. And this is maybe a question for you, maybe a question for staff, but can we really sort of make it explicit in that plot that we want mobility with special attention to the crossing of 26th Street, pedestrian crossings of 26th Street, reviewed annually? I mean, obviously, I'm not trying to second guess you here. Obviously, if something horrible, God forbid something horrible happens, we know you're going to take steps, but we don't want that to happen. And if we know about near misses, then maybe there's stuff we can do. You can do, staff can do.
On that note, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know if that was exactly a question, Steph, but I think we could include in the annual update to the plop that special attention is given to that crossing.
Great. And then,
Sorry, can we clarify? Are you talking about like, I think I just want to understand, are you talking about just generally like conditions at that intersection? I mean, because it's hard to isolate, like if, I mean, you know, God forbid something occurs like associated with the school or not. I mean, it's just, I just want to be, you know, I think cognizant, you know, it is the public right of way, right? And, you know, connecting a condition in there to, you know, what is like one property. You know, so I'm just trying
that's
to get
not what
clarification. Yeah.
No, that's not what I'm trying to get at, right? And that's part of the issue. But with the volume, as the volume increases and the age changes, we may, part of what the plop review is going to give the applicant an opportunity to do is to come back to the city and say, we need to make some changes because here are the near misses that just happened, right? And the city can turn around and say, well, that's kind of a you problem, not an us problem. But maybe there are neighbors who would at that point, because they're having good neighbor agreement meetings, step up and say, hey, yeah, we want to actually, like thinking about what, you know, Layla was saying, we want to get together and talk about this. And that's
so it sounds like it's
more
a
than one.
consultation and consideration with relation to operations of school and not imposing some
Correct.
condition on, right? Okay.
No, it's about gathering data so that when we, as they ramp up, when we see things, because, you know, a side swipe doesn't get, you know, a side swipe or a near miss doesn't necessarily get into the city database of bad things happening. But maybe a parent experiences something and they want to raise it with the applicant, and that gets back into the conversation and we start thinking about how to do that. I'm just very nervous about ramping up to 36 to 40 kids at that volume at those hours, crossing that street and not doing it in a really, really planful, engaged way. So I have one last question on this, which is related to the STOA on a different item. So I don't know if the applicant wanted to respond further on that.
Generally, we're amenable to the proposal there. We would want to hear the final language, but I believe it would be acceptable.
Okay, I'll defer to Jing and Ross and Stephanie and Michelle. My last thing is looking at items 1, 5, and 19, and this is really for everybody's protection. And I've had an exchange with this with Stephanie. So there's language in 19 that says meetings and activities held as part of the Good Neighbor Agreement don't count to the maximum number of special events, which is great. But then, so we know that you can have as many good neighbor things as you want. But then there's some, it's just a little bit vague in 1 and 5 about what those events, and that's why you clarified for me earlier the 4. I do think we need to really clarify, right? It's because it says other than activities described in condition 1. I think we need to maybe clarify that the activities described in condition 1 are in fact part of the 4.
Are you wanting clarification on, oh, can I permission? Okay. Are you
Yeah,
wanting,
yeah.
Are you wanting clarification on what those 4 events would look like a little bit more? I can describe ones we've had in the past.
Well, so Mr. Summers was saying like there's only 4, and then in condition 1, this is for your and our protection, right?
Right,
The reason I'm asking, because you shouldn't get busted if you think you're, you know, doing what you're supposed to be doing, and you know people shouldn't complain if you are in fact doing that. But it says open houses, parent meetings to which parents of children associated with use are invited, and you know there's a 1-week notification, and then notwithstanding limited additional activities may be held, and then there's a condition 5 with additional activities. We went through this with the Rainbow Garden. Some of my colleagues may remember, where there was this similar vagueness, and the way we resolved it is we actually increased from the 4 and capped it, like whatever it was, we said it was 4 parent things and then 3 other things total. And it could never go over the total, no matter what. So you had the flexibility to do an open house, but that counted. And if it's only 4, then I want only 4. But if you're looking for additional activities, then I think we need to know what they are, and we need to have the opportunity to say 1, 2, 3, 0.
4 felt like an okay number because that's what we provided this past year. And to give a little, we allowed from 5 to 7 a fun date night where the families could go on a date night and the teachers stayed and we had a pajama pizza party. That's what I'm talking about. If I need to give a 90-day notice to the city for that, I will give that. But it's also, it was very manageable, very small numbers, and that's what we're looking at. In addition, we had a lot of families whose homes burned down last year, and so we hosted just a fireside chat. I mean, I hate to use that word to describe it, but with just with a therapist there to help us work through those feelings. In that instance, I would that did happen out of the blue. I don't know if would 90 days be required for something like that, because we are, as you've seen, a community that does love each other quite a lot and wants to gather. So I do appreciate you bringing this up.
I think we should,
Commissioner,
think about that.
I wanted to know one additional item. So, looking at it further, looking at the condition language further, condition 1 does seem to be more focused on smaller gatherings. Maybe it's a parent-teacher conference, there's a couple of groups coming in at a time, whereas the other condition that requires the notice is for larger get-togethers. And while there were 4 in this past year, I do think that it would be appropriate to perhaps have a limit of 4 for each category, for each condition, to just provide some flexibility in the future should they want to have a few more of these events, and the larger events will have the notice per the other condition.
Right.
Like maybe is there a number cap and then there's a notice or something like that?
Right. So, I think what we could suggest is that the last sentence of condition 1 is that notwithstanding, up to 4 additional activities may be held, provided that a permit is obtained per condition 5. And then 5 says up to 4 special events, which are these, like graduate, other things like parent workshops, parent, whatever it is. But in condition 1, these are like open houses and parent meetings that are not these special events. So it's the 4 parent meeting things and then the 4 special events. Is that right? Okay.
Is graduation that is held during business hours a part of this?
It would be...
Like this is just for evening, but graduation's held in the morning. Is that something to consider?
Based on what's written here, I would say graduation would count.
Yeah.
Because,
That's taking away.
Outside of the authorized hours, yeah.
Yeah, the 4 in condition 1 would be outside of authorized hours, so it would be more those evening ones, not graduation, let's say at noon.
I think you could have any event during business hours if it doesn't exceed your head count of 40.
But I might imagine, you might have parent-teacher, those kinds of things during
Yeah.
business hours.
I think we're just talking about after hours.
Yeah, these 2 conditions are regarding, they speak to evening events, so after hours and then up to, in condition 5 is up to 7:30 p.m.
Right. It sounds to me like your cohorts are roughly 12 kids, am I right? So if we're talking about 12 kids each with up to 2 parents, you're talking about up to 36 people if you're going to have the kids and the parents. I'm not counting staff in this. And if you're doing it between 8 and 5 in a kind of item 1 range, then it doesn't go outside the envelope of normal use. You're going to deal with your good neighbor agreement. So if it gets out of hand, you're going to hear about it. But fundamentally, that's within the envelope. Something like a graduation, grandparents are coming, siblings are coming. It's a big deal. They're wonderful events. That's your 45-day notice where you already know that it's going to happen. And
Great.
That's where
Okay.
Are we all on the same page about that? Staff, do we feel like we have
and I think to be clear, it's not, you have to get a temporary use permit. So you have to actually get a separate permit for each evening event. So that's what condition 5 lays out that process.
And let's make sure you have enough. How many graduating cohorts will you have in a given year? Because hopefully it's less than 4, fewer than 4.
Just one, hopefully.
Just one. Okay. All right.
I
Great.
want them all.
And we're good on the mobility consultation language around the crossing of 26.
All right.
I mean, I guess I would wait to see if the commission votes to include those.
We still,
for
still
sure,
have
but we're
planning
deferring to
commissioner
staff and
discussion
drafting.
coming, so we don't have to cover everything right here. This is just questions for the rebuttal.
I'm
And-
trying to not go back to the applicant once we come up with language, which when I say are we good, I mean to the extent that we just covered what we mean by consulting with mobility. I said I would defer to staff on the drafting of how that gets added to the plot review, just like Commissioner Chaco wanted some additional items added, that just to make sure that we don't have to bring the applicant back up to get a nod on the language. That's all. Yeah, thank you.
I think that, we've gone on now, it's almost 9 o'clock. I think we're going to take a 10-minute break, just for everyone to stretch their legs, use the restroom, then we'll come back and start with a planning commissioner discussion.
Can we make that 5 minutes?
Do you guys want to make it 5 minutes?
Yes.
Let's make it 5 minutes. Okay. think 5 minutes is up. I think we're even closer to 10. So we're going to reconvene.
Can you all please be seated?
Everybody please be seated. We're going to resume.
Chair, real quick, I apologize. I realize, having seen Mr. Summers, I do need to report that on May 22nd, I received an inquiry from Cassidy Bosch asking for a meeting. I didn't realize I was still going to be on the planning commission.
We're going to, okay.
I just
You
need to
guys,
declare that-
everybody please take a seat, and we're going to continue with the Planning Commission this session.
Chair, do you have my disclosure on the record?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you,
May
Sean.
22nd. Yeah, thanks. We didn't meet.
And we're going to move into commissioner discussion. So let's just kick it off. Commissioner Fresco, you have your light on.
I just have to say, to begin, that I believe that child care for young children belongs in neighborhoods, and that they should learn how to go to school at that young age in places that are familiar and are like their homes, and that this is, to my mind, the ideal kind of place for children to attend. I don't believe that this establishment is responsible for how the parents who attend their school cross the street all the way down at the end of the block on the corner. I think that is outside of our purview. I would be reluctant to put too many additional conditions that make it hard for a child care center that is exactly the kind that is ideal for these children, and that is highly regulated by much more qualified bodies than ours to function properly. I just don't want to get in their way. So I don't mean to be too bossy pants, but I'm going to make a motion to approve this application with the redlining that staff showed us, and with the remedies that the applicant suggested for parents who are not behaving nicely in the street in terms of where they leave their cars. I think that is important. I think people who park with feelings of entitlement don't know who they are, and so somebody has to tell them. The 20-minute drop-off is something they've agreed to that seems reasonable, that can spread things out for them. And the addition to the description about the Connections for Children program, to me, would be, that is basically my motion, is the staff red lines and those.
Can I say something too?
Yes, you may.
Santa Monica is facing a child care shortage crisis, however you want to depict it. And I think it would be extremely, very bad idea not to approve this CUP tonight. I had doubts before today. I had sort of wanted to do a phased opening, or, growing, whatever, like up to 24 people, and then if they're in compliance, take them up to 35 or 40. And I've changed my mind. I mean, after meeting with Cassidy, and the facility is absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's cleaner than my house, which doesn't say much, but, and I have total faith in Cassidy, and the many, many letters that we've received from people who know her and have worked with her. And I have no problem with people from LA writing letters, because I suspect they work here and they have every right to use our child care center in fact, everybody has a right to use our roads. It's public roads. The taxpayers pay for them, as is the parking in front of your house. You don't own that unless it's a preferred parking spot. And in terms of the 26th Street crossing, I think actually the circle slows traffic. That's the whole idea. And I think we have to have some confidence in human nature and intelligence that, parents aren't going to, push their 4-year-olds out into the street. I mean, they're going to make sure they're safe when they cross the street. And I'm not even sure how many people are going to be crossing the street. I mean, I was there this afternoon around, 2:30? And there's plenty of parking on the east side of 26th Street. And I was there yesterday in the morning, and that was the case as well. So I'm not really sure that we're talking about a severe problem here. And in terms of staff parking, there's only a staff of 7. One of them walks to work, one of them is going to park in the driveway, and that leaves five spots on 26 that I'm sure they'll be able to find. So I agree with Nina that intersection of 26 and whatever that street is that Washington? Is not, I mean, clearly the safety of the children is a priority for the Child Care Center, but it's not their responsibility to be crossing guards and to monitor the traffic on that street. So I'm going to vote in favor of this with great enthusiasm and
Commissioner Reese.
So I generally support the use and the motion. I would like to ask for a friendly amendment because the applicant agreed to this, is that we strike the reference to sunset, that they can't be out in the backyard until it's sunset. And I appreciate
I'll second that for the record.
Thank you. I appreciate the 3 strikes, even though I got an evil eye from one of the speakers tonight about there's no outliers. I do believe there will be outliers, so I do appreciate that you will do that. I think this is important use. I am concerned about noise more than anything else. I do believe kids make a lot of noise. That is their right and their job. And that will take some adjusting to, but I do see this as a policy of our city. Our city has this. It's not, somebody said earlier, it's a zone change. You're allowing a zone change. We're not. This is in our zoning code. It says you can do this. So we have made it a priority, and I want to see this through. I do, have concerns about noise, but I assume that you will diligently work with your neighbors, and I really encourage you to get out and give your number to all of them. It's not going to be pleasant, but in the long run, it'll make for a better operation.
Commissioner Chaco.
I support the idea of complete neighborhoods, but I also understand that there's a need to maintain a fine balance. I also believe that the CUP process is only as good as the extent to which it's monitored. So I support the motion, but I would suggest a couple of what I think would be potentially friendly amendments. In general, I think the conditions do a pretty good job of covering things, but there's one aspect of it that I feel is not sufficient. Condition 11 specifically calls for annual review of the plop. However, I believe that conditions number 19 and 29, 19 being the good neighbor agreement, and number 29 being an additional operational condition that speaks to things like light and noise, are also not worth including in the conditions of approval if they're not monitored. So I would suggest that condition 11 be modified so that it calls for review not just of the plop, but of the results of the Good Neighbor Agreement meetings, as well as other information related to impacts on neighbors like light and noise.
What do you mean, results of the meeting?
The condition related to Good Neighbor Agreement calls for, that's condition number 19. If you read through it, it calls for quarterly meetings. It calls for these meetings to include submittance of a compliance report. And the idea of what happens with that compliance report is not clear. So what I'm suggesting is that as long as there are annual reviews of information related to the handling of parking and drop-off, they should also be part of that conversation, a review of what concerns were heard during the community neighborhood agreement meetings, how they were addressed, and whether additional actions need to be taken.
Well, one of the, I don't think that's friendly. I think that's awkward. One of the revisions that staff showed to us in the beginning of the meeting was actually indemnifying the applicant regarding that, because basically to have a good neighbor agreement, you have to have the neighbor agree also, and that is outside of their control. So having some kind of compliance or reporting related to that is not something that is in the applicant's control. So I don't think that is a thing.
So if I might respond to that, I fully support that amendment because you can't force somebody to participate. However, to the extent that that an opportunity is given for neighbors to participate in these meetings that are hosted, and that those meetings are documented, that there should be some review of the results of it, so that I'm reading condition 19 that says the agreement shall include but not be limited to measures such as regularly scheduled meetings where concerns can be discussed, and the results of that would be included in a compliance report, including methods for notification, etc. So I don't see the value of 19 if it isn't followed up on in some form. I'm not suggesting that you force anybody to participate, but I am suggesting that as long as you conduct that activity, that it be monitored in some way to make sure that it's happening in good faith.
So your question is more about where does that compliance report go?
Correct.
Okay, and then who's reading it at the city level?
Correct.
Okay. So can we make an amendment, a friendly amendment within that clarifies what happens with that compliance report and the enforceability of the CUP vis-a-vis that compliance report?
Yes, and so what I was referring to is condition 11, which currently speaks to an annual monitoring of the PLOP. I'm suggesting that that be broadened to include an annual review of the results of the good neighbor agreement process, as well as condition 29, which speaks to operations, that addresses other issues that are not addressed necessarily through those items, that speaks to concerns like noise, which I've heard a lot about. So,
29 staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that like a standard condition that's in every single STOA that we've ever adopted?
yes, and my concern with it is that as it's written, it's hard to enforce at all because it's not clear on what it's accomplishing.
Well, I think we have a whole, well, you tell.
I mean, as with all, enforcement in the city is complaint-based.
Yes.
Largely because it's impossible for our code enforcement staff to be everywhere all at once. But if it sounds like, I think what it sounds like is that in condition 19, there is a sentence in there that requires, and this is within the context of the Good Neighbor Agreement, it says such meetings and other similar activities should be documented by the operator, included in a compliance report, and to describe the method of public notification, et cetera. So that piece anticipates a compliance report. I think what might not be in here is a condition that actually requires a compliance report. If it makes sense, it sounds like what you're asking for is for a compliance report to be submitted by the applicant to the city, essentially, documenting compliance with the conditions of approval of the permit. And then obviously if complaints are given to them, that would be reported through the Good Neighbor meetings, and then they're reporting in this compliance report kind of, we held Good Neighbor meetings on these days. This is what we talked about. These are the things that were brought up. This is how we responded to it. In addition to that, obviously, it's always an avenue for people to file a code enforcement complaint with the city, and we will investigate that separately. So, those are how those things work together. But if that's kind of what you're talking about, we could add a condition that requires, just like separately, like this compliance report. It's a condition we've added before in prior permits.
So basically what you're suggesting is the compliance report would be prepared by the applicant saying that they reached out, they invited people to a meeting, they didn't show up, they showed up, they said this, and then they would send it to planning staff who would put it on file. And then if there's a future complaint, that's
Right, and just to elaborate on that, I think the idea that an opportunity was given for neighbors to
Right.
voice their concerns. Whether they avail of that opportunity or not is up to them. However, the operator has made the effort, and that's part of what's reported annually, is what I'm concerned about.
I think you have to remember that they are, as demonstrated tonight, they're operating in a relatively hostile environment. So that needs to be taken into consideration when we ask for this. And I'm not sure how to mitigate that.
I'm fully aware of that, but my concern is that there needs to be reasonable attention paid to any issues that are brought up, and that due diligence is done, so that when we hear these complaints, we can feel like an effort was made, as opposed to it's all just filed in some report and nobody ever looks at it, right? That's my
Chair, I think I have a language suggestion that might address Commissioner Chaco.
Actually, Commissioner Chaco, I appreciate that, Commissioner Landris, but Commissioner Chaco, can you propose language that would speak to your amendment?
Yes, I think just picking up on what Director Jing mentioned, I would be comfortable with adding language that speaks to that essentially ties the reporting on the good neighbor policy to the annual review in some way, so that there is some reassurance that there are eyes brought to that, and it's acknowledged that the operator made the necessary effort to give neighbors an opportunity to address their concerns, and they were heard.
Yeah, so just as an example, because we have done this for a different child care center that was, in R1. So, in addition to what is currently in your STOA as condition 19, it would be, as part of this, a compliance report submitted by the applicant to the planning director, annually. And, it can be, you can tell us, like, if this is a forever thing, or is it for the first, few years of operation. I mean, we're flexible about that. After the use commences and on the anniversary, each year, details the terms, conditions of approval, and level of compliance with the proposed use with the CUP. And and that's how it connects to the Good Neighbor Agreement and reporting on the meetings and what they did. It also provides an option, that if we see something and they're like, what happened here? Tell us more. And it gives an opportunity for the director to bring back to the commission, hey, we think we need to impose more conditions here, or maybe modify them to, address some of the operational issues that may be arising. I will say, just giving you some context, this condition was imposed on, a different child care facility with a Good Neighbor meeting, and I get that compliance report every year, from that operation, and we're now in, a few years in, and, they continue to sort of dutifully hold that quarterly meeting, and, in the last few years, I mean, nobody has shown up, and this is one where it started deeply controversial, as you're saying, kind of, in a hostile situation. And, I think that piece around open communication, open lines of communication, right, certainly is really important, as part of this process, and in seeing kind of how that's progressed over the years, just to give you that context.
Yeah, appreciate that context. I support the idea, similar as with the PLOP, the idea that there's a monitoring process that happens for 2 years, at least gives you an opportunity to see how it goes and tweak things as needed. And I think providing the opportunity for that reporting process to occur is fine. And if we find that nobody has participated, that's okay, but at least we knew an opportunity was given.
Right. So maybe you write something in there that the compliance report shall be submitted to the community development director. It calls for quarterly meetings, but if you want to review it annually.
But not for the rest of their lives.
No.
Maybe for 3 years, say?
I'm sorry to cut you off. All right, go on.
Well, if I might suggest, treat it in much the same way as the review for the PLOP. It's also not forever.
But can I get in the queue here?
Yes, you may.
So first of all, I think staff has given us, Jing has offered us language that there's precedent for, and I'm all in favor of using language that exists. And I think I respectfully disagree with Commissioner Fresco. I think letting them do it for a while. I mean, I think could come back and ask for this to be lifted. That'd be fine. And maybe the other community, maybe the other childcare center should have its lifted. But I don't think limiting it to 2 years or 3 years makes a lot of sense. I do think that if the 19, literally the words "a compliance report" were flipped to say a report on compliance with this STOA and the plop, that would give the specification that Commissioner Chaco is looking for. And
Yeah, but
I kind of respectfully disagree with that.
okay,
I think,
well, let me just finish my sentence. Wait.
I think this is specific.
But let me finish, Chair.
Okay.
Please let me finish my sentence.
Sure.
Because I want to flag an issue in condition 11. I'm saying if we want to go with staff's language, let's just go with staff's language and not wordsmith on the dais. I was trying to name the plop and the STOA, but there's a bigger issue, which is after that time, in condition 11, it says, after that time, the plop shall be reviewed as needed by mobility division upon request, without saying who has standing to make that request. So I want to be really clear. Does one frustrated neighbor a half mile away have standing to make the request? Is it a next door neighbor? I think we should be really clear that the request, who can make that request, which is why I wanted to pay attention to the crossing for 2 years while they're ramping up, and then it's in process. So last thing I want to say, and again, Chair, I respect you disagree on the other item. Commissioner Fresco's motion, I think anything to which the applicant has agreed, we should put in. Anything that, because I think they've been pretty reasonable. So they're okay having an opportunity to talk about that crossing with mobility division. And so I think we ought to let that happen. But I intend to support the motion, but I do need that mobility consultation, however staff wants to draft it, to be, I am concerned about that.
Okay.
No, I don't want to just, I don't think that, well, first of all, the plop gets reviewed by mobility, and if anybody's going to review this, the community meetings, whatever they're called, that's not going to be mobility, so I don't think they belong in the same condition. And
no disagreement.
so, because they're.
No, I know what you're saying. I don't know what he's saying.
So basically, if in 19, about the quarterly meetings, I would consider it friendly to go with what Jing suggested, that those things would be reported annually to the director, and that would happen for 3 years. I think by then everybody will know each other and they'll know who to go to if they have a problem. And I think that would be friendly and clean and.
Can I ask you a question, Commissioner Fresco? To your point regarding the plop review happening by the mobility department, part of my concern is a lot of these issues are interrelated. And so I was wondering whether you would support making sure that, rather than calling out a specific department, just say review by the city, so that whoever needs to be involved in that issue is involved depending on the content of the problem, as opposed to just being a departmental issue.
Well, the planning director knows where to send the issues if something comes in the report.
So I would be comfortable with the planning director being the point of this issue.
I think
Doesn't planning monitor CUPs? Yeah, so that's pretty simple.
it's
Goes to
kind of
planning
built in.
department.
That's how I don't think you need more. Less is more.
Right, so all I'm suggesting then is, since we're talking about monitoring of traffic issues, of good neighbors, just have them monitored together on the same cycle.
Or he can send
so
it
that,
mobility if he wants to.
Right. Well, okay.
I think
I
we're
don't think
good,
it's
and we
the
should move on
applicant's
to the next.
responsibility to monitor traffic or the plop. It's the city's. The applicant's responsibility is to hold quarterly good neighbor meetings and report the results of that meeting to the community development director. And that's it, because I wouldn't want to put the applicant in a position where they have to make a statement that they comply with the full CUP. That's too much liability for them to be taking on. That's really up to the city to enforce.
The idea is to make sure that the community meetings happen and to make sure that the community, through doing that for 3 years, knows that the applicant is open to it, that they will listen to them, that they can continue to go back. I don't think, people don't, who wants to have a quarterly meeting for the rest? I mean,
Well,
I've been
if
doing
I think it goes in the direction of
reasonable.
the current good neighbor arrangement with the other childcare center. If we get repeatedly no neighbors are showing up to the meeting, I think it's up to the discretion of the planning director to allow for those meetings to be discontinued. I would rather have it be at a discretionary basis than to just a programmatic 3-year window.
And I would support that.
Sorry, Chair. I think there's a misunderstanding here. We're not obligating the applicant to manage a crosswalk. We're saying that
We're not
because it
talking
says the
about
plop.
the crosswalk anymore.
Well, I am, and I'm going to vote accordingly. And I'd like to be able to vote for this. It says the plop shall be reviewed. It doesn't say the plop shall be rewritten by the applicant every year. And I'm asking for mobility to take a look. And what I believe the applicant agreed to do was to forward parent concerns about the crosswalk to the city as they arise. Not that they have to send a survey around, and if they don't send the survey around, they're out of compliance with the STOA. It's that we had a whole bunch of residents come in saying there's problems with the crosswalk. And if parents say that there are near misses, they need to be able to share that with somebody. And all I'm offering, and I'm asking be in the STOA, is that it's explicit that, as I believe staff agreed, that there's consultation in the context of the plop review around safety, pedestrian safety crossing 26. That's it. It could also include the jaywalking, by the way, which isn't the crosswalk. So I'm not mandating anything. I'm saying the conversation shall include this.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't put the applicant at risk if they say nothing.
I don't want any liability implied whatsoever
None.
by the applicant.
Nobody's implying.
I think it's just outside of the purview of the applicant to monitor this. I don't think we
If
put
the
that condition on
parents
any
have a
other
problem
commercial
with
use.
an intersection
But I think
at
staff
the
had
end of the
language for-
block, they can tell the city. I tell the city when I have a problem with an intersection, I don't go through my nursery school operator.
Okay.
Actually,
so-
I have had those conversations because the school, if I'm the only one, who do I ask? I ask the school, am I the only person who's had this experience? And they say, yeah, you're an idiot. Or they say, no, actually, you're the 5th person. And I say, well, great. Could you say something, please? And they say, yeah, good idea.
I think at this point we have a motion to approve, and we're now making friendly amendments. And so, Commissioner Wasserman, do you have a friendly amendment or a comment?
Yeah, I've not gotten to speak this meeting, so I would. Yeah, sorry, I just have to say my piece. I have 2 daycare-age children. They are not at this daycare. I walk, I just measured this on Google Maps, I walk the distance that you would from California to this daycare with my 2 kids every day from the parking lot. There's a childcare crisis. It's almost as bad as our housing crisis. And frankly, I'm sorry, it's ridiculous to point out other schools somewhere else. There's wait lists, there's costs. And I'm sorry, I'm angry that we're even discussing this. This should be ministerial, frankly. I am sorry that you're here. You had to get babysitters. I know that too. And I just want to read a public comment. We ask you sincerely, if the situation were reversed, if you were parents, your neighbors, your block, would you not be standing exactly where we are standing? That was made an objection to this. And the answer is no. I used to live across the street from a licensed childcare facility of about this size in a residential neighborhood, and I loved it. I was glad it was there, and also not the one my kids go to. Having eyes on the street is good. Having parents there is good. Having kids there is good. It creates community, people going to school where they live. Also, this is not in the middle of the desert. This is 500 feet from Douglas Park. This is 1,000 feet from Starbucks. Like, I just want to back up a second. This is what we have a plot for. I trust our staff. I think we easily meet the transportation findings, and I say that as a transportation researcher. The roundabouts, there is ample research the roundabouts make things safer. And I also think it's not fair to use the current demand. I mean, I appreciate mobility staff doing the parking counts, but you know, when you have construction on a road for a long time, people learn to take other roads. And I don't even think this will happen based on the analysis, but even if a lot of people end up taking up spots on 26, then the Starbucks workers will end up parking somewhere else. So there is an equilibrium there. And look, even if it did end up taking parking on 26, like Commissioner Lambert said, this is a trade-off worth making because the city owns the streets. I like being on the same side as you, Leslie.
I'm loving this. It's so rare and beautiful.
So, yeah, I'll leave it there. I don't want to add anything more than what Nina's motion has. I will say just a polite note for staff. I don't want to see the number of letters for or against in staff reports. They're not statistical representative samples. I don't want to hear one outnumber the other, even if I agree. I want to hear the points in them. I don't want to hear the numbers. I don't care that the owner is not from here. We're the city that took in Pali High. Like, that's important. So two friendly amendments to get back to the chair's request. One is in number 11, 11, I think to cut the Gordian's knot a bit, I just want to get rid of upon request. After that time, the plot shall be reviewed as needed by Mobility Division. Okay, leave it to them.
Right.
They're the experts. I don't want to get standing here or something like that.
That's friendly.
Right.
And then two is, and this might raise a little more hackles. I'll just throw it out. If we don't want to go for it, we don't want to go for it. I don't think we should be banning kids from going outside from 8 to 9:15. Like, we're in Southern California. It's sunny 360 out of 365 days a year. It's beautiful that the kids get to go outside. It's fenced in. Like, I don't see the need to ban them from being outside then. So I'm going to make a friendly amendment that we strike that sentence, the applicant shall be responsible for ensuring that all activity between 8 a.m. and 9:15 a.m. is restricted to indoor use with no use of outdoor play yards permitted, and then change the next sentence, 8 o'clock from 9:15.
Which one are you referring to there?
Oh, sorry, that is point number 4. In the SOA, yeah. Condition number 4, yeah.
Condition number 4.
Okay.
So you want to just remove that?
I mean, essentially, I think as long as the facility is open, they should have the ability to send the kids outside.
Yep.
Till sunset.
Well, no, we took out sunset, right?
I don't care what they offered. Yeah.
I think it's friendly. I mean, I just have to say that I think kids who are at preschool are actually quieter and more engaged in what they're doing than they are at home. And yeah, they're noisy and they talk to each other, but it's not like when we're having a party. I mean, I'm thinking about, well, I shouldn't say it on the date. My neighbor, one kid, I think noisier than a preschool. So, you know, I think that's friendly. I would be okay with that. And, you know, if in their neighbor meetings, they decide that they don't want to do it anyway, it doesn't mean they have to let them out at 8:30 the minute they arrive. Maybe it's not convenient. Maybe it's better for them to let the kids gather when they first arrive, when they're coming at these staggered times. It's probably better for the kids to just sort of assemble in a smaller place and then go outside, but maybe not. I don't know.
I wish I could turn off construction at 8 a.m. I can't, right? So why should I turn off children playing? I don't want to do that. Jacob's right.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's friendly.
Can we just get clarity just around the times? Because I think we've heard different things. So it sounds like we're striking that piece that starts at 8. but I heard previously that we're moving sunset, but I just want to clarify, was it ending at 4 in terms of outdoor? Because right now is the condition is written as 5 p.m. or sunset.
I don't think there's any time of the year, even the dead of winter, where sun sets before 4 o'clock. So in Santa Monica. So maybe in Norway. Yeah.
The applicant offered that they would have no activities after 4.
Yeah.
That's where the 4 o'clock came.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I just wanted to be clear because
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would move 5. I don't care what they offered. I think as long as it's open, they should have the ability to have the kids outside.
On December 4th, the sun sets at roughly 4:45 p.m.
Oh, so then we would have to say sunset again.
Let's leave 4, please.
Yeah.
Let's leave it at 4. Let's
Commission's
just leave it at
discretion,
4. I mean,
Leave it at
if
4.
there's any kids left, I mean, you know, late stay is a thing, or as my kid would call it, Yates Day.
So I do have a friendly amendment I'd like to propose, Commissioner Wasserman, unless you have further comment.
No.
Okay. I support this. I sent my own kids to a similar preschool in a neighborhood. I didn't check the zoning, but I think it might have been, definitely was residential, might have been R2 though. I do think, though, that we do need to take some consideration. I do think the neighbors and the input from the community does matter. And I think that the applicant has been really clear, and I want to just reinforce and say thank you. I think you have tried to be a good neighbor. And I want to continue to keep that level of reciprocity as part of the CUP. So I still think that there needs to be engagement with the community. That's why I do support the good neighbor meetings on a quarterly basis. I also appreciate 26th Street being what it is. Even though I find the roundabout to be safe. 26th Street is very busy and cars do speed. Mobility did lower the speed limit on 26th Street to 25 miles an hour about a year and a half ago. It doesn't change the fact that people still go 35, 40 miles an hour down 26th Street. And so, to me, a reasonable compromise is stretching out the drop-off window. And I appreciate the flexibility from the applicant on that. My recommendation is reflected in item number 4 in the CUP. We don't need to be specific about specific times. I'd rather give some flexibility to say that there should be 3 distinct drop-off periods of 20 minutes apiece, and correspondingly pickup periods of 30 minutes each, staggered in the morning and the afternoon. Just so we...
Is that condition 4?
I want to put it...
That's actually the plot. That's actually in the current plot.
It is in the plot, and I want that to be in the CUP as well, in the STOA. So basically, taking the language from the plot and putting it into the CUP. I think that's just a good neighbor policy right there. So there's just one document that contains that I think really important condition.
But the plop gets reviewed and is more flexible than the STOA. And if we put it in the STOA, doesn't that make it harder to change than if it's in the plop? If we want to extend it, if it's not working?
Well, that's why I'm not trying to be too prescriptive over it, but I just want to embed into the CUP that there's going to be 3 staggered drop-off and pickup periods in the morning and in the afternoon. And
Chair, could I ask why 3? Is there a could the STOA specify staggered drop off and pickup without a number, and also potentially limit the number of people who could be in a single cohort of drop off and pickup to like 1/3 of the students on site?
Yeah.
Right. But then if they want to go to 1/4, that's fine. Right. Like we're saying the max is 1/3 in any given.
Right. I think that's a good distinction. It'd be 3 drop-offs with a third, and a third in each drop-off of the, whatever that enrollment is.
I'm saying you don't have to say 3 drop-offs. I'm saying staggered. The STOA would say staggered drop-offs of no more than a third of the student body at any given time. And the plop would say it's 8:30 to 8:50 for the 3-year-olds. And that would satisfy the STOA.
The STOA says there's a plop that will be reviewed and they'll make sure it works. And I think that's enough.
Okay. Well, I would like there to be something in the STOA that reflects. I think that's a really important finding in the plop, and I'd like that to be.
It would help me get there, because if there's a if it's really formalized that you're not ever, basically what that means is you'd never really be exceeding the number of people crossing the street who are crossing it now.
Yeah, I think
So
that
solves the problem for.
I'm trying to solve for 26th Street. I'm trying to solve for the fact that cars do go fast, and the one concern I have is just pick up and drop off on 26th Street, and I would like that to be spread out. And so there is conditions in the plop that I think make sense. It's also reflected in what the applicant requested of the city to review. It's how they're already governing their pickup and drop off. And so I don't think we're going too far out of the box and just saying, let's codify that into the CUP. And I think that helps me feel like we're striking the right balance between Santa Monica being a business-friendly, childcare-friendly community, and I think legitimate safety issues, and also what we've heard from neighbors.
So if we put in here, in its condition 11, the parking and loading operations.
I think it would be better in condition 10, actually, because there's already a reference in the second sentence that the plop establishes operational procedures that distribute student drop-off and pickup among the available passenger loading and parking resources. So it sounds like, really the concept here is you want to bake into this condition the notion of staggered pickup, 20-minute drop-off windows, 30-minute pickup windows with no more than 1/3 of the student body in that staggering.
I don't know if we want to put the minutes, because what if they need to change it? I think it just staggered in 3 groups, 3 staggered.
Not 3, say no more than 1/3 in each group.
That doesn't satisfy me, because I want to make sure we got 5-minute 5-minute increments. That doesn't address my safety issues. I think we asked for a broader window. They offered 20 minutes.
So you want a minimum? How about a staggered drop-off of a minimum of 20 minutes for drop-off and 30 minutes for pickup, with no more than 12.
Or 1/3 of enrollment.
1/3. Yeah, 1/3 of enrollment. Yeah.
I'd like that.
1/3 of total enrollment. Yeah.
Okay. That's my request.
That's good. That gets me there too.
And I
The
know
world is changing so fast, and, there's cars driving around with no drivers now. I feel like, this is so prescriptive, and in 5 years, people will be taking their kids to school with jetpacks.
the very purpose of a CUP is to be prescriptive.
Yeah.
That's the point. So that's what that's what we're trying to get to.
It's putting in the time frames for the staggered drop-offs that's making.
I'm just saying morning and evening. I'm just saying morning and evening drop-off periods. I'll leave it up to the applicant to figure out if that starts at 8 o'clock or 8:15 or 8:30.
Right.
They have a business to run.
And if it doesn't work, they can come back for an amendment, right?
Right.
All this says is staggered 20-minute minimum cohorts and maximum proportion of enrollment per cohort. That's all it says. Everything else.
I'm going to move to open the public hearing just to hear from the applicant for a second who wants to respond to this. And I'm also going to, while he's walking up, I'm going to highlight, we did this with housing projects. We were this prescriptive with housing projects. We've now lost all control of those.
to clarify, we're generally open to this idea. The problem is the concept of a third. We would prefer it to be a number. Next year, there aren't going to be 36 students in the school, right? There's going to be 2 cohorts. So if you divide it into thirds, all of a sudden one of the classes has to be split up into 2 groups. We're requesting that it's 14 or 15 maximum per individual pickup and drop off window.
And the maximum,
What is it now?
the maximum recommendation in the plop was 14 in a 20-minute period. So would you be okay with the number 14, not to be less than 14?
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Can we
Is that what it is?
leave the minutes out of the CUP? Please? I mean, it's just crazy to be,
I'm just reflecting what the applicant has asked for.
yeah.
So I'm not going above and beyond what
Do the minutes freak you out as much in the CUP as they freak?
well, the plop references minutes.
20
minutes.
I mean,
Falling back
here's
on
what I
that
think
because they
about-
also said they didn't need to have kids out there until 9:15. We gave them 8. So we're not
That
just
was-
listening to the applicant at this point.
Yeah, but what about the little kid who's in the last cohort and all his friends are already have been in school for 40 minutes until his cohort arrives and are already deep in play? And I don't know, it just seems really problematic.
That's not how they're doing it. They're doing it by age group.
Can't believe this.
I think, hey, listen, that was my friendly amendment, and we can take a vote, and if you don't want it, you can vote against it.
I'll second your amendment. Call the question.
Okay.
Wait, what are we calling a question for?
20 minutes, 3 cohorts.
Oh, that's
Yep.
the only thing we're going to vote on. Okay.
Yeah.
Max is 14.
So could someone please state it clearly for the record? What is
You
the
want
amendment?
staff to try to repeat what we think we heard from the original amendment with the friendly. I'll give it my best shot. If the director thinks I missed anything, please correct me. So the original motion was to approve with the red lines provided by staff for condition in 13 and 19, to include the applicant 3 strike proposal.
Wait, I'm sorry, Ross. We're only talking about this.
We're going to vote
stack.
on the amendment that they want to make. Since
I'm
I don't
sorry.
think it's friendly, they're going to vote to see if
Yeah.
it's friendly.
Okay, I apologize, misunderstood. So it sounds like the condition that you're looking to add is to have drop-off intervals of 20 minutes and a pickup window of 30 minutes for no.
Minimums.
Sorry, what?
Drop-off windows of at least 20 and at least 30. We're not specifying beyond.
Sorry, okay. Drop-off intervals of at least 20 minutes and pickup times of at least 30 minutes for no more than 14 students at any one interval. And it would be added to condition 10.
You know, I have to agree with Nina. I think this is way too micromanaging.
Let's vote.
Okay.
Okay, so roll call vote. Commissioner Fresco?
No.
Commissioner Lambert?
No.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Negative.
Commissioner Wasserman?
No.
Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Chair Hamilton?
Yes.
Motion does not pass.
Can we call the question now?
Please.
If the question includes what we just heard minus the 20 and 30.
What we just heard, so basically just the,
Voted down, but except we're going to strike the 20 and 30.
and so it's just the
And-
cohorts of 14
14.
within each,
And 3 intervals.
in intervals. That is friendly.
Intervals of up to 14. We're not saying it's 3. It could be 20.
All right.
intervals of-
Sorry, please restate that.
Up
I'm
to
not sure
14.
on what we're voting on.
Okay, now Ross, please
So
do your
I
thing.
think the new one that's on the floor is to limit it to 3 intervals for both drop-off and pickup with no more than 14 students at any one interval.
No, not
No,
3.
we're not saying
Just
3.
intervals. We're
But
just
we're-
saying
I think it's, there shall be staggered drop-off and pickup times with a maximum of 14 students included in each drop-off time.
That's it.
Yeah.
And pick
That's
up.
right.
But that to me is friendly enough. I can accept that. And so we could
Okay.
vote on the whole motion now.
Yep.
I'd like the whole motion restated with what you're including
That's
and
what
what you're not
Ross is
including.
going to do.
I will try to restate all the various friendlies, but I'll let staff also chime in if I miss one of them. So the original motion was to approve the CUP with the redlining that staff provided for conditions 13 and 14. To do have a new condition about the applicant proposed of 3 strikes proposal. To change the condition 20 about the about the connections for children to agree to, not just consult. There was a change to condition 4 to remove to sunset and to allow and to change it to prohibit outdoor play at 4 p.m. That would be the cutoff, but to allow it to actually start at 8, no longer just 9:15. There would also be adding a sentence to the Good Neighborhood Agreement regarding submittal of the compliance report on an annual basis to the Community Development Director for 3 years. And then the interval that Ms. Reich read into the record.
And also to remove upon request from the plop report.
Yes.
I'm sorry, thank
That's
you.
right.
Yes.
I think we would add to the annual monitoring also that the director has the discretion to refer to the planning commission, you know, as needed, like if we need to bring it back to modify or add conditions.
Right. Can we vote?
Can you vote, please?
Ross, you got through that, and I have more discussion. I know you. I'm going to kill you guys on this, but where did we land on how often the report has to come back?
It was an annual report for the next 3 years.
Right, but
That was for condition number 19, the Good Neighbor Agreement. And what we have for the annual report of the plop is for 2 years annually. And then upon, let's see where it is.
Well, my concept in my head, I'm thinking is just that, is there a way that we have more flexibility that if it's required for longer than 3 years, it gives you discretion to make that determination?
Yeah.
And if it's needed for less, we have that discretion to do that. I don't want to be in a situation where nobody's coming to the meetings and they still have to do it.
Okay.
But at the same time, I don't want to be in year 3 and you have 50 people showing up at the meetings per quarter and you've now stopped them.
So,
And can I just, sorry,
condition-
before you answer, Stephanie, can I just add one other little wrinkle, which is, could we make sure that the plop review happens until they max out their enrollment? If they choose not to max out their enrollment in 2 years, we still need to know what the plop looks like.
They might never decide to this year they had 11
Yeah, a student
kids
might
and
be
they-
absent
Okay.
or
All right.
about.
Okay.
So in the condition number 11, it would allow mobility staff to identify any operational issues that may warrant further review. So is that language sufficient for these purposes?
So it gives the planning.
Yeah, after
community
that
development-
time, I'll just read the condition as it stands now. The parking and loading operations plan, PLOP, shall be reviewed annually for the first 2 years, generally during spring of 2027 and spring of 2028. The parking and loading operations plan shall be reviewed, I'm sorry, that was a repeat. After that time, the PLOP shall be reviewed as needed by the mobility revision. During the plot monitoring, the mobility division shall observe a pickup and drop-off operations, including pedestrian crossing activity at the intersection of 26th Street and Washington Avenue to evaluate compliance with the approved parking and loading operations plan and identify any
Part of the
operational.
motion. That
No,
wasn't
that's not
part-
part of the
that was not
motion?
friendly.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
It just ended after that time. The plop shall be reviewed as needed by the mobility division, period.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, ultimately, if we're telling people to park on California, then we're watching how they cross the street, inevitably. It's implicit in the monitoring of the plop, so that works.
Can we vote, please?
It seems clear to me the plop is based on mobility's desire to review.
Yes, it's
But
for
what
2
about-
years, and then after, it's only at the request of staff.
Right.
As needed.
And then how about the compliance with 19?
So you're wanting that after 3 years, staff could also ask for it longer?
Yes.
Yeah.
If that's a friendly.
Or after. I just want to give you, again, I want to give you discretion. If they show up after 2 years and they've had nobody show up at these meetings, maybe there's not a reason for a third year.
So
But
3 years or as modified by the director.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just ask, when can the applicant ask to modify the plot?
Well, they can ask the director, and the director will modify it if they agree.
Currently, the condition does not allow the applicant to request revisions to the plot. It is
So
reviewed.
after we stop doing it, after the second year, there should be a mechanism for the applicant to go to the director with a request if they need to
It's
change
not
something.
that big a deal to write, I mean, I write these compliance reports all the time. It's not that big a deal.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we locked the plop at 2 years. It's the same thing you were worrying about before with having like no flexibility. We should have a statement that says because it implies that for the first 2 years, there's collaboration between the applicant and the city to get the plop right. But after 2 years, when the plop is then fixed, there should be a mechanism for the applicant to go back and say, hey, this isn't working. We need to fix something here. And the director can say no, but there should be a pathway.
Are you saying that it would be revised to say after that time, the plop shall be reviewed as needed by the mobility division or at the request of the applicant, and then the mobility division would have.
That's a good idea. But it's up to mobility to say yes or no. Yeah.
It would still be up for the director to approve the plop.
Isn't it sort of implied that if they want to change it, they can come back and ask for it? Do we have to
No,
write that?
Not implied.
It could require them to do a modification to the CUP, which is an expensive process. So
That's right.
this-
The applicant would pay for this, so I don't know if we need to debate it. I mean, I think once we have the second year plop, they will have been at full capacity, and I don't.
Wait, Sean, what?
My understanding is that at the end of this time, or fall of 2027, they're going to bring up their enrollment to their full capacity, and there'll be a plop done at that point. And I think that will inform us or inform the city about whether a 40 enrollment daycare center in this location works. So I think that's been built in already. I don't think we need to go beyond that.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
But my point is that we don't know that they're going to hit 40 by 2028.
Well, it'll be fine. It's going to be okay.
I don't want to make them go through another CUP
It's gonna
to get
be
it
okay.
fixed. Okay.
Most of the time, businesses will try to max out their profit margin. I would imagine they'll be at 40. So can we have we read it in its entirety?
I think so, with the addition of the remove upon request from that one condition.
Right.
Okay. Are we ready for a vote then?
You tell me.
Do we have a motion?
Yes. The motion was by
We have a
Commissioner
second.
Fresco, seconded by Commissioner Lambert.
Yes.
So Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert, Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco,
Yes.
Chair Hamilton.
Yes.
Congratulations, you have an approval.
You guys get to go home.
You can share now.
I'm 3 hours ahead of you guys.
Where are you, Sean?
Read your agenda.
What's not on it?
Sean, is anybody going to have public comment from your location?
I mean, aside from the fact that the smoke from the Canadian wildfires is completely washed over this area, yeah.
Are you in
If
Quebec?
staff could make a recommendation for a little agenda management to also acknowledge our senior park planner that's been sitting here, if we could maybe move 8A next before we do the consent calendar.
Yes.
You all aren't here for the beach and pier vision plan?
I'll move 8A up to our next agenda item.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Fresco, we're moving 8A up right now.
Okay.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert? yes, just.
Moving item up.
Oh, yes.
They'll be okay with that.
That was a yes by Commissioner Lambert. Commissioner Landris,
Yes, I might fall asleep, but yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
Commissioner Wassman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco,
Yes.
Chair Hamilton.
Yes.
Give us one. If we could all have you all go out to the lobby, that would be great.
We still have the rest of the meeting must still continue, so.
Please chat in the
Hello.
hallway.
We're going to proceed with the rest of the agenda. But thank you for coming.
I'm still here.
He's kicking him out now.
No problem.
Okay.
All right.
Proceed with the staff report.
Great. Good evening, commissioners. Tony Lopez, the city's senior park planner within Public Works, and my whole audience, but it's okay. I'm here to give you a bit of an update on where we stand currently and some next steps coming out of the Parks and Recreation Vision Plan. Thank you to all of you for your support of the Parks and Recreation Vision Plan. The plan was taken to City Council in January of this year and adopted based on, and much of your feedback was folded into that plan. And I'm happy to say that a lot of progress on the goals and recommendations have already been accomplished based on that plan, including cross-department collaboration on grant applications, including award of grant applications. Over $200,000 has been spent in park improvements based on the prioritization matrices that were included in that plan as well. And action number 4 within the Parks and Recreation Vision Plan was to ideate the Santa Monica State Beach and Santa Monica Pier. So that is why I'm here with you today. We are starting the Beach and Pier Vision Plan. I want to reiterate that we haven't formally started any kind of documentation of anything. This is merely an introduction that we are starting the project. Back in February of this year, I had started conducting internal staff meetings from various divisions and departments, and I'm continuing to do so, just to hear the different perspectives when it comes to experiences at the beach and the pier. The intent is that through summer of this year and into fall, we will continue with boards and commissions outreach on understanding their perspectives as well when it comes to their experiences at the beach and the pier. We anticipate that the timeline of this process will be approximately 2 years. We feel that this timeline is adequate, especially when considering that we have many large-scale events coming up. We're just coming out of the World Cup. We will have Super Bowl 2027 and LA 28 lessons learned coming out of those large-scale events, so that by the time this plan is complete, we will have been able to fold in some of those learnings of those events. We plan on having the start of a targeted demographic survey and a general population survey in fall or in winter of 2026 and into 2027, including pop-up events along the beach and the pier. We are in continued collaboration with CDD on the Beach and Pier Vision Plan's relationship to policies that will ultimately be outlined in the local coastal program. And we anticipate continued check-ins with boards and commissions as the plan itself starts to develop more based on community input, and as we start to generate draft recommendations that will ultimately fold into the actionable recommendations in the plan. The following questions here are questions that I have been utilizing in my continued meetings with city staff, primarily because, again, this is just the start of this process. And for when we consider the beach and the pier, in total, that's about 245 acres, including the parking lots. When we worked on our Parks and Recreation Vision Plan, we were talking about 144 acres. So as you can imagine, that this task ahead of us is going to be a very large one. And so what we wanted to do was ask some questions just to get the staff's kind of minds kind of thinking about the plan, knowing that, this is the start of a long process. And so we found these questions to be very much at the 30,000 foot level. And as we continue with this process, those questions that we are going to start to ask are going to get more and more granular as we move forward, when we start to understand questions about mobility, experience, vision. And those are the moments in time where we anticipate coming back to the boards and commissions to kind of workshop those ideas with you all. So in short, these questions are, in your experience with the beach and pier, are there any lessons learned that might inspire recommendations for its future? What opportunities might exist to improve the beach and pier experience for visitors, tenants, and staff? And what are some blue sky ideas when considering the future of the beach and the pier? That ultimately is, let's see if this thing, that was the end of my presentation. So I know that it's been a long evening, but as I mentioned, this is the start. I am continuing to do staff outreach, and I'm continuing to meet with, I've already met with the Pier Corp, the lessees, Pack Park, and I will be meeting with the pier maintenance team just to round out the conversation specifically at the pier. I continue to have regular conversations with the oceanfront maintenance team, and looking forward to this process and working with staff and you all. So if you have any questions or recommendations on how I should move forward, all yours.
I just have one question that doesn't really relate to the visioning. I understand the French, during the Olympics, the French are going to occupy the Annenberg House. You may not know, this may be, it is, yes. Are there other plans along the beach for other delegations?
Yeah, the city's in discussion with various nation houses. The other one is a Nations Village in Crescent. Nations Village might be the broadcast center. So that's down at Crescent Bay Park, and I think
Don't let them hurt the pergola.
Yeah, and at Camera Obscura, I think it's Maison Suisse.
Historic.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can I jump in?
Yes.
I do want to encourage. We change these commissions around so frequently that I'm not able to keep up. But to the extent that we still have a disabilities commission, and of course our new Human Services and Housing Commission, I think it would be very important to consult with them, make sure that they are stakeholders in the process. One of the things, we do infrastructure, but, one of the things that transforms a beach are the ability, the equipment to allow wheelchairs to get really close to the water and get right up to the water. And that's investment of maybe a few tens of thousands of dollars, but it just makes the beach accessible in ways that it hasn't been before. So I would be thinking about that. We've made tremendous progress with our beach bike path and with our ped path. Obviously, we're going to still be dealing with enforcement issues around who's using it and how and at what speeds. But I would just be thinking about not just at the pier, but what's happening around Tower 26, what's happening south of there, what's happening up, where Santa Monica becomes the Will Rogers State Beach, right? And look at different communities that are using different parts of the beach in different ways, and think about how we can make them accessible to individuals, to community groups. There are a number of community groups that hold religious services at the beach or hold community gatherings at the beach that are very powerful from people who are in Santa Monica and people who live in other parts of town, and get access to it. So I think it's very exciting what you're doing, and I think the principle that I would lean on is accessibility, making sure we're building a truly accessible infrastructure.
I have a question just about why there are not as many sit-down dining options along the beach as you would normally expect. We have Back on the Beach, which I love very much, and then besides that, we have these Perry's and other kind of restaurants where you just order at the window. Is there an opening for more formal sit-down dining, outdoor dining along the beach?
I do know, and I'll look to staff on the regulations around the approximate square footages and those regulations related to the beach.
Yeah, many years ago, it was at Proposition S. There's a beach overlay, and there are certain restrictions in our code as to how big certain dining establishments can be. It's about 2,000 square feet, and that is in the code. So sometimes that could potentially be a limitation.
Okay, so that's too bad. Commissioner Fresco.
I have 3 notes I made. I thought about it before I came in. My first I thought was to make sure that the pier and the beach remain family-friendly places. You know, we've moved to digital billboards and open carry liquor on the promenade, and we need to make sure that the beach and the pier remain the domain of families and that kind of thing. Good, clean fun. And the other 2 things really have to do with the natural environment of the pier. If we're going to add amenities of any kind, whether it's like sports or restaurants or any kind of artifacts, keep it minimal. I think right now, when you're at the beach, it seems a little cluttered with signage and utilities and man-made things. And the focus really needs to be the beach itself and not all of the infrastructure that we add. And then my last point is really the same as my second point, except that it is an acknowledgement of the bluff. And part of the reason we have a hard time getting restaurants on the beach is that we have this really cool, unique, natural feature about our beach, which is that it's at the foot of this bluff. And the bluff is beautiful. And, you know, you walk along the beach, you look at the ocean, it looks the same no matter when you decide to turn your head and look. But the bluff is constantly changing and is beautiful, and we need to make sure we preserve that as an important physical artifact of nature that we protect and appreciate. Excuse me. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Reese.
Single comment, which is pay attention to the pier this year, because I hear there's an El Nino coming, and the last time there was a big El Nino, our pier did not do so well. So you have like 3 months. Good luck.
Yeah. It's too late by now. I want to make sure I want to get to other folks who haven't had questions yet. So Commissioner Chaco.
No question. I want to thank you for the presentation. Appreciate the broad, open-ended questions you're starting with so that you can encourage broad feedback. And I look forward to your next presentation when you can report on what you're hearing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wasserman.
Yeah, also brief. Excited for this. Excited for the pier bridge, by the way, also to be rebuilt. One, I'm going to harp on this every time. Just statistically representative surveys. I think those are far better than just whoever shows up to open houses. So if you can have the budget for it. But more substantively, just anything you can do to reduce the speeding cars. I mean, the PCH involves both Caltrans and the Coastal Commission, so good luck. But God, what a dangerous, terrible thing between us and our beach. And even just like the pier bridge, I don't know what the plans are when it's open. It would be nice if it was ped only. And actually that temporary, I know they still need deliveries, but that temporary ramp from the parking lot down there, I actually think works better than sending cars across the pier bridge right under our iconic sign. So just, you know, we're always going to have parking on the beach. We're not going to build garages on the beach, but whatever you can do to make it safer to get there, not by a car.
I just want to thank you for sitting through many, many hours of what you sat through. And I also, I guess I don't go to the beach. My husband does. He used to swim in the water. If there's any, I don't know if anybody is doing anything about the cleanliness of the water in the bay, but that's really an issue, and I don't know, because it's really not that safe to swim at this point. And I don't know if the city has any role in that or not, or who's is a coastal commissioner, or who it is, but that's a concern.
What we plan on doing, and I've had conversations with our Office of Sustainability and Environment on conducting external stakeholder meetings as well with like the Heal the Bay, the Bay Foundation, to understand kind of what their approach to environmental quality is related to the water and how their initiatives kind of fold into ours, and then like, of course, how it relates back to the local coastal program.
I think the Palisades fire probably had a lot to do with it, but it's really a mess at this point.
My understanding is that it is very polluted around the pier, but my understanding is that's because of all the seagull droppings from the pier. Right, yeah. Yeah. So we got to get rid of those seagulls.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Well, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And now we can finally get in onto the 7A items. And Commissioner Wasserman already made a request to pull one item off of consent.
Yeah, or do you want me to?
Yeah. Well, let me ask, so on the,
maybe approve.
can we approve the first item?
Yes.
Okay. So
Because
we're
you're
going to,
basically pulling 7-8 B.
we're going to pulling 7B from consent, voting on, requesting to vote now on item 7A.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, first and second.
Do we?
I'll move 7A. I'll second.
Great. Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert, Commissioner Landris.
Wait, sorry, I'm sorry, I was muted. I was asking if we could put 12A onto consent because it's really
Oh.
super minor.
We've already.
That's
we
what
do
we're
that?
voting on.
We're just gonna we'll keep going on the 7A real quick.
Okay, so yes.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
definitely.
Commissioner Reese.
Yes.
Commissioner Wassman.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco.
Yes.
Chair Hamilton.
Yes. Okay, so we've pulled 7B.
Yeah, so real quick. 7B, the unbundled parking, separating the cost of the parking space from your rent or buying it separately with a condo. The ROI contemplates bringing us into line with state law, AB 1317, which mandates unbundled rent for only new construction above 16 units. As I understand it, and maybe mobility staff can clarify, there's this current limbo right now where it says that new residential projects above 4 units or 4 and above have to unbundle rent if some other section of the code is amended, and then that other section of the code has not been amended. So at least I'd like that cleared up, but I guess I'd like to give staff direction, just like, give us some options. I don't know, give us your best ideas on unbundling and if it makes sense for 4 to 15 units. The code obviously contemplates that, but never went all the way. So I just want to provide staff direction to give us 4 and up for unbundled parking.
Can do when we bring back those amendments. And staff also wanted just to.
I believe mobility staff wants to chime in on that.
Yes, hi, good evening. So if you're suggesting that we give consideration to looking to unbundle parking for something less than 16 units. One of the major challenges that we have with that is that we currently, within the way that our transportation demand management program works, we don't have a trigger to be able to currently see those particular projects and their leases. We just see them through the entitlement phase, and then we'll see them through plan check. And during those times, we don't look at the leases for those particular properties. So the implication of opening it up to less than 16 units would require us to review many more projects and leases that we currently don't have or are equipped with staff to be able to review.
Could you make part of the ministerial process that you submit something under penalty of perjury saying that's what your lease is going to be? And I know that enforcement will be a problem, but you just say you're signing under penalty of perjury that you're going to unbundle this?
So a self-attestation, is that something that can be done under like a plan check or?
So just to be clear, we're not taking any direction. You're just providing direction. You're not taking any action tonight. So this could.
Is that something that could be proposed?
So one thing is we could perhaps consider that and bring it back to you when it is up for an action item in the future, if that would work with staff. So we're not making the decision tonight.
Right.
It would just be some consideration into that request, and you could provide additional information to the commission at that time when it's brought back.
Okay, yeah, we're happy to give consideration to it. We just wanted to be able to express that one concern. Yeah, great.
And just in addition to that, staff wanted to, on the screen, you'll see a revised recital for the ROI. It's currently on page 2 and 3. You can see an underline and strikeout. This is kind of just to reflect the connection between 9.28.110 to the other chapter of 9.3.08. So just the connection.
So I guess I'll move 7B with the staff recommendation to just present us options on unbundled parking at 4 units and above.
Wait, Jacob,
Yes.
because we haven't finished with consent, can I try again? Can we throw 12A into the consent calendar?
Josh?
So do both of them together? Or can we not?
We've already voted on
Oh,
the
you
minutes.
voted on-
Yeah, so right
Sorry.
now
Okay,
this,
that was the consent
yeah, just so the record's
Sorry.
clear, this item has been pulled. This is 7B for the resolution, so
Oh, yeah.
we'll have to take them separately. Hopefully it won't take very long, though.
Okay, I'll second his motion.
Great. Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco,
Yes.
Chair Hamilton.
Yes.
Great. Now 12A.
I move 12A.
Second.
Is everyone ready to vote on that?
Yes.
Second was Reese.
This is where the PC becomes PC, right?
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert, Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco,
Yes.
Chair Hamilton.
Yes.
Great.
Okay, let's see. Where are these?
Move to receive and file 13A.
13A, yes. Is that the right motion to take on this? Okay.
A motion? We don't need a motion, do we?
Yeah, it's just an acknowledgement.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, cool. So motion withdrawn.
Do we need a?
And same with 14A, right?
Okay.
We can just move on to 14A. The commission has acknowledged the submittal of 13A.
Thank you. And now we're moving on to item 14, Planning Commission member discussion items. 14A, Mr. Commissioner
Yeah, Sean
Wasserman.
brought this up in his proposal a couple months ago. This is the idea that a colleague of mine at UCLA proposed to do our impact fees based on the number of parking spaces as opposed to the square footage of the house or something like that. So just throwing out the idea again.
Amen. Move to endorse. I know we can't take action, but.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments on 14B, Commissioner Lambert?
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay. All right. Well, then I will move to adjourn this meeting.
I will second that because it's my last, because now I'm really done, guys. Because they're going to replace me on the 28th.
We did.
We heard that last time.
You squeezed the
I
blood
know.
out of the turnip on that one.
You
Okay,
thought you were
so
done with me last time.
we're adjourned and at 10:23 p.m.
Thank you.
1:23 a.m.
10:23. Feels like 11.
Good night, guys.